icy, snowy weather. We want folks to arrive safely, and so they are doing that. So this is a meeting of the Utah State Charter School Board. It is January 18th at 8:08 a.m. and we welcome all our board members. To note, Member Smith will be joining us and has joined us actually online. We'll communicate that way, and that's why we have a policy that allows for remote participation in board meeting. And Member Cisneros is on her way, but doesn't want to miss the first part of the meeting, and is joining us electronically until she can join us in person, and is on her way. And the rest of our board, Crystal, Stephanie, Eric, Cynthia, welcome. We're glad to have everybody here. And to Director Kramer and Stephenson. We also welcome AAG Olson with us today, and know that this is our first meeting of a new calendar year, but a very important one when we have a long agenda. So we're going to begin, if you'll all join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all. I don't know if we have any public comment today, because we want to make sure we attend to that. I didn't see anyone sign up since I looked last. So no public comment. We will continue. And Vice Chair Phillips agreed to provide a thought for us today. So thanks.
Thank you, Chair Bowles. I apologize for kind of having a hoarse voice today. I'm suffering from those things that we always do in January and February, so forgive that. As a secondary teacher for nearly 40 years, I got really good at doing my job. I knew my content cold right from the beginning, but I continued to gather knowledge and skills through subsequent degrees and on my own. I learned how to teach what I knew, mostly through great mentor teachers at schools where I taught and through others' books, articles, and workshops. One thing I learned how to do mattered the most to my students' achievement outcomes, improvement of their social skills and life skills, and their safety and well-being. I learned how to notice every difference, every little clue of something problematic, something amazing, something unusual, something unexpected, something big, something small. And in noticing the differences, I could differentiate, individualize, and personalize my instruction, my interventions, my support, the level of challenge for some of my high-achieving students, and even the content for my students. Noticing and responding appropriately to difference made all the positive difference for my students and for my success as a teacher. Noticing and caring about differences brought discrepancies to my attention. For a white female student who had just entered the school where I was teaching and had just entered secondary education as a sixth grader, her social and emotional intelligence was off the charts, enabling her to engage in peer leadership and peer tutoring, especially for students receiving special services. She was amazingly helpful with her peers. I noticed the high level of her auditory learning and verbal intelligence, but I also began to notice a few other differences, discrepancies that had led me at first to provide her with a few alternative assessments based on her testing anxiety, but also led me to another conclusion for which I subtly and imperceptibly tested. After doing so, I set up a private meeting with her to have a conversation. We had already established a productive and trusting relationship in which she knew that I was unconditionally on her team, no matter what. I let her know in advance that I was going to ask a question about learning that might be uncomfortable. I told her all the wonderful things I'd noticed about her auditory and verbal skills, her kindness and support of others. I also reminded her of what we had decided previously in collaborating about her assessment needs and anxiety. And then I asked, "Can you read?" I am worried that you can't read. And now would be a wonderful time for you to learn how to read. I'm here to help with that, and I have no doubt that you'll be able to do so with the right support. She burst into tears and explained that she indeed did not know how to read. A sixth grader coming through our system. That she faced every day with trepidation and anxiety because of it, and that she didn't know what to do about it and had worked for years to hide it. And she was smart, and she was able to do that. We laughed together as well, discussing her memory and remarkable verbal skills, which gave me a window into how capable the human mind can be in a world of strictly oral literacy. And I told her how capable she was and backed up that with evidence that I had collected. We scheduled a meeting with her parents and her whole support team of teachers, administrators, specialists to make a plan, and she learned how to read that year. And the rest is literally history. A handful of years later, she went to Utah State University, became a USU ambassador, graduated with honors, and has become a wonderful, productive, confident, contributing member of her community. As you can imagine, I'm thrilled about all of that. The success is hers, but I get to share in it. At another time in my teaching career, I noticed that a 7th grade girl was unable to perform well on summative assessments, verbal, written, performative, it didn't matter. She bombed them all, inexplicably failing them while demonstrating her significant skills and abilities as I subtly assessed her progress with formative assessments. She had not been assessed for a learning difference, and I didn't think that data showed that she might have a deficit in learning or need to be recommended for testing for a learning difference or disability just yet. Instead, I decided to do some additional research. The student was Black, from immigrant parents, and had come that year to the school where I was teaching. She was making friends, but they were all new friends for now, and we all know how it takes time to have good friends when you're new. I'd recently been taking a class on diversity, equity, and inclusion, and I know some people think that these are bad words in our current cultural environment, but I was so grateful to be taking this class right at this time. One thing I learned from the class and studies, which we had reviewed in my class, was that when parents became involved in their children's school, that involvement could positively affect achievement outcomes. And while this was true for all students, parental involvement at school has an outsized positive effect on students in minority populations or underserved populations, which the research showed. After collaborating with colleagues who were observing similar discrepancies as I had been, I reached out to her parents and invited them to give an assembly to the school on their country of origin, Liberia, its culture, history, etc., and their immigration experience. We were interested in their story, to be sure, but we were most interested in their daughter's success. The students were thrilled by what they learned in the assembly, where the parents, in full traditional garb, showed pictures and told stories about their country, their family, and their traditions. I'm not sure every teacher has been lucky enough to experience what I and all her teachers experienced from that point on. This student began performing just as well on her summative assessments as she had on her formative assessments previously. This stark change in performance persisted, first through a unit, then 2, then a term, and then a year. I want to state unequivocally how essential both equality and equity are in education. Equality means that every student receives the same baseline resources and opportunities, such as equal funding for schools, quality and abundance of materials, good facilities, quality instruction. But equity means that every student gets the opportunities and resources that they need, depending on their specific situation. They're both fair. Both are fair. My student who couldn't read needed a different level of attention and personalized instruction than other students who were not experiencing similar difficulties. She needed accommodations and support for an extended period in order to close the gap that others did not have. Her disability and gap in skills qualified for her for exceptional help to get back on track. She needed more help and resources than other students, at least for a time, and while not equal, the support she received was equitable. My student who was struggling with her transition to school and likely her feelings as an outsider based on many differences between herself and her classmates also needed something different from other students. She needed her classmates to see her and her family in the brilliance of their cultural and familial history. She needed to feel accepted and respected. She needed to know that her teachers felt that she and her family had something amazing to offer the school community. And while not equal, the support she received was equitable. Both equality and equity are essential in education to ensure the best possible student outcomes, regardless of where students start or what challenges they may experience. Equality is also important. Students should all get a base level of resources, opportunities, and support. And equality in education is necessary for students to have the same opportunities to start off with positive educational outcomes. And equity helps to make sure those equal opportunities are adjusted to make room for students who might need extra help and attention. We need to make sure, however, we don't equate the two or try to redefine one term with another so as to erase the importance of equity altogether. R277328, which the Utah State Board of Education has been discussing, does recognize the importance of equity in schools, but comes close in certain parts of the rule to defining it as equality or using those terms somewhat interchangeably, and they are different, even though both important and both fair. For instance, the rule states education equity means acknowledging that all students are capable of learning and distributing resources to provide equal opportunities based upon the needs of each individual student. Equitable resources include funding, programs, policies, initiatives, and supports that recognize each student's unique background and school context to guarantee that all students have access to high-quality education. The rule, however, also states that no LEA can include instruction that promotes or endorses that a student or educator's race, religion, sexual orientation, gender identity, membership in a protected class is inherently superior or inferior to another sex, race, religion, sexual orientation, gender identity, or other protected class, etc. And I don't know any teacher or any school that has taught any of that anyway. Maybe some of you do, and if so, those teachings are wrong and should be prohibited. But just as all of you, I think, in this room, I don't believe that a student or educator's sex, race, religion, sexual orientation, gender identity, or membership in any other protected class is inherently superior or inferior to any other of those categories. As a result, then, when I see the discrepancies in student outcomes, differences, which is my job, I don't ever think that it is because a student is inherently inferior because of their class, race, sex, disability, orientation to any of the students in that same class or collectively to students in any class I've ever taught. Therefore, and ironically, it is incumbent upon me as a teacher to address those differences with equity because they are not, in my opinion, from some kind of inferiority. That doesn't only mean asserting that all my students belong or are valuable as individuals or can make a contribution to their communities or don't bear the responsibility of individuals long dead. That's a given. In that way, they are all the same. They are equal. It does mean acknowledging their differences and especially how those differences affect their individual learning outcomes, and then what I can do, what the whole team can do to make sure those differences don't interfere with the same strong learning outcomes that I want equally for all my students. Thank you.
Our day has been well spent. I think we should conclude at that point. So, such a good lesson, Cindy. And thank you for sharing those examples as well. I suspect that's only two of many examples of Cindy reaching each individual student. I just love that so much, that notion of we don't teach all children or expect all children can learn. We expect each child can learn, each one by one, with no excuse. Not saying, well, they have difficulties in their personal lives, so I can't teach. Not true. So thank you for that reminder. What a great way for us to start our meeting and our focus for the year. So thank you so much. Yeah. It's so appreciated. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. Thank you, Chair.
Next on our agenda is an executive director report. So Director Kramer.
Starting with the board member thoughts is so inspiring and just puts us in the right place. Thank you, Vice Chair Phillips, for your message today, for your thought today. Appreciated. So today, just wanted to give some updates and some different highlights of the work of our staff. And so first, just wanted to talk about some strategic initiatives. This is probably becoming familiar to you. I talk about our strategic plan quite often. There's not a PowerPoint because it's kind of a shorter executive report today, just giving a few highlights. But with the strategic initiatives, we look to collaborate effectively with the Utah State Board of Education, charter associations, and the legislature. And one of the things that Associate Executive Director Marie and I had the opportunity to do was to go into a green room with Jerry Record. And in the green room, which is a Utah State Board of Education resource, an amazing resource, because it's a room decked out with full digital technology and And Jerry led us through an opportunity to introduce ourselves as new co-leadership for the Charter Board. If you haven't had a chance to see it, I like how Marie said it's not going to win any awards. But what it did do, our hope, is that it really emphasized that we're a supportive authorizer. It also highlighted our board strategic plan. It's embedded right into the video. And so that's, we think, very strong. It kind of delineated the roles and responsibilities because you do have a co-leadership model. We've been working on our leadership and how we work together and effectively and efficiently together. And then it also gave kind of a stay tuned message about some funding, which is another agenda item coming up, and that's the startup grant funding. So we kind of put out a commercial on that. It was highly enjoyable for us. And I think it's about 8 minutes that you need to bear and to watch it. But hopefully that it does, in fact, show that we're collaborating with the Utah State Board of Education, charter associations, messaging, and getting it out there. Another part of our strategic initiatives is to continue to form productive partnerships with authorized schools. And I would say that we slowed down a little bit due to the holidays and due to the snow and other weather conditions. But we got a half a dozen schools in or so that continues our campaign to go and visit the schools. And we do that so we can introduce ourselves, we can build relationship, and we've thoroughly enjoyed that. And I don't have highlights just due to the long nature of today's agenda. But maybe in the future I can give you some of those highlights from those and the other ones that we have coming up. We already have a few on the books. And then also developing customized performance measures embedded in the bilateral charter school agreements for each authorized charter school. Another tremendous resource that we have here as staff and as board is the Assistant Attorney General Kevin Olson, and we've engaged in not just being reactive to things that might come up, but being proactive in learning from Assistant Attorney General Kevin Olson about, let's take a look at some of our different, bilateral agreements and how they may be improved in the future and what we might do with them. And those are not just 15-minute sessions. We're engaging in good morning sessions and good afternoon sessions where we can learn and we can do scenarios, real life scenarios, and we really appreciate that support. And I think that will ultimately strengthen our position when we do things like execute more of these in the future, more of these agreements, that is. And so I wanted to highlight that as part of our strategic initiative. Some of the next steps, one that I take great pride in our team for doing. Our team really engaged in a month-long activity or so in building out our annual goals. And so with our annual goals, we actually call them rocks. Those are the big priorities that need to get done. And we have team rocks, and those flow from our strategic plan. And then we have individual rocks. That's a Stephen Covey, I believe it is, 7 Habits of Highly Effective. And then also Gino Wickman, which is a book study that we'll be going into called Traction once our books arrive. But rocks really just, again, give us those large priorities that we want to get done collectively and then individually. We also threw the acronym SMART Rocks on it because we also are educators, and that would make them specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and time-bound. And so that's work that our staff did together. It culminated just yesterday where we shared out our rocks. It's not a perfect document yet, but Marie's just kind of showing, but you can see one of Lisa's rocks here. I'll just because I saw it and I take good pleasure working with her, to improve interpersonal skills, effective communication, or other topics. Join and contribute to the team responsible for creating a comprehensive dashboard, integrating real-time data and financial indicators for all authorized charter schools. They get a little longer because of the SMART part. This is just kind of the abbreviated part as we shared them out with each other. But it was highly engaging activity for us, aligned with what we said that we would do as a next step. So I thought I would outline that we're getting there. So our January through March is a time frame to break it into 90-day goals and further break that down and then achieve them. And it was also nice that those rocks or priorities aligned with the task that we had to do to populate our goals for Utah in the Utah, Marie, help me out. Performance management system, right? One of the systems that we use to record. And so our in-team rocks that we've created are useful for ourselves to achieve those things. They're useful for the board to know what we're working on, but they also tie in really nicely to what we populate into the system. And it was pretty efficient to use those. Another just next step is with committee meetings. It was something at the last board meeting that I had a chance to say this might be coming up, that we have some reconvening of committee meetings and maybe look at some new meetings. I would suggest at this time that we do reconvene the committees that we have that are standing committees. 3 of them I'm familiar with. And because I would be an ad hoc member of those members, I'll take the liberty to kind of look for scheduling. That can be hard to kind of schedule it out and things like that. So if you're on one of those committees, I'll look to just coordinate it just to get it started and then turn it over to the committee and then just be a part of as an ad hoc committee member. So you can look for that coming up and just stay tuned. I do see some work for the finance committee already potentially coming up. Work related. If we still have some work to do with our grant funding, maybe there's a little bit of work that we can do in that committee. That's the purpose of those committees, is to get some work done and bring it back to the board. So really pleased on that. And you know, I think just to close out, not in any notes or on a slide, but when you talk about the personalization and the individualization, we heard that in the board thought of the day today. It also super resonated for me that we want to personalize and individualize and be a supportive authorizer, and we can do that for the LEAs that are part of our portfolio, for those that are looking to become part of our collection of schools, and that we can certainly create authorizing that has a lot of communication. And I will tell you, report to you that we routinely call when we need to talk with one of our LEAs, that we join a Teams meeting or set up a Teams meeting and then go right to the school and talk with them. And that's a way for us to start that personalization and individualization process. So that was just a last thing. So I really appreciate the opportunity to give these executive director reports. This one's a little more brief just due to the nature of our long meeting today. So.
Thank you. And I know that it represents just a small piece of all the work that you're doing. And lest anyone think this charter team is not working hard, they really are. They're working very hard to know schools. Member Spiker.
I was just curious if you could provide a very brief update, if any, on the position, the innovation specialist position.
I think it's possible to go through our process and hire within 2-3 weeks. We have a big pool of candidates at this time. Maria and I have kind of put that on our schedule for next week as something that we're going to be doing, is to start that process. So it could be as soon as 2-3 weeks, and maybe as long as a month. Yep.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that question too. Them. Thank you, and thanks for the hard work you do. I know you're out visiting schools and working hard. And our notion is that partnership with our schools, and we so appreciate that direction. Our next agenda item, and I'm just moving along because I know we have a long day today and a pleasant day, but a long day. The next item is a consent calendar. Do I have any comment, Vice Chair Phillips? And then, yeah,
Could I pull the Rockwell Charter High School update to their board bylaws off the consent agenda to be considered separately, as I am conflicted with that particular item, and then I will step away when that is considered.
absolutely. So we'll pull that item. Any other initial thoughts, comments? So we will consider potentially, Member Olson, are you ready to make a motion?
Yes, I'll go ahead and move that we approve all the items on the consent calendar with the exception of the Rockwell bylaws amendment.
All right. There's a motion that we approve the consent agenda with the exception of the Rockwell bylaws. All those in favor say, oh, no, I should ask for a second.
I'll second that.
Member Bassett. Sorry, I was just moving along. So all those in favor then of that motion say aye.
Aye.
And
Aye.
thank you, Michelle and Rebecca. I note that both of them as well. And that motion passes. Now we can consider the Rockwell bylaws separately from that.
Thanks, Chair. I'll go ahead and move that we approve the Rockwell bylaws as included on the consent agenda.
All right. There is a motion to approve the Rockwell bylaws.
I will second that as
And
well.
a second from Member Bassett. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of that motion to approve the Rockwell bylaws, say aye.
Aye.
And any
Aye.
opposed? Thank you. Michelle and Rebecca also online joining. Thank you. That was unanimous. All right. Tell Cindy to return. There she is already. Quick. And we have our first action item. And I suspect the startup grant funding, is that to you, Director Kramer? Okay.
I think this one we do have a slide, so we'll use that to follow along. In addition to the slide, Lisa just circulated a handout because the slides get a little small in some places. And so the order of it is, it just starts with Utah State Charter Board. It's an existing. The second has some highlights on it with our priorities. And then it's new board rule. And the third page is a front back of this. So I'll refer to those as we go through it. You don't need to look at them yet. Just know it may help you follow along if the print gets too small and you forgot your glasses like I did today. So with this, the current status, I think it's important just to establish the current status of the CHSU. It's called Startup and Implementation Grants. And this is based on previous state charter school board priorities and previous board rules. It's simple. It uses enrollment as the primary driver, and it reflects original grant amounts. And the current status, the third bullet point, just highlights that there is a carry forward and a school fiscal year 2024 funds equal to just under $7 million, and that's with school fiscal year 2024, the year that we're in, what's encumbered already. And so that's the current status. That's what we're operating with today, based on previous priorities, previous board rules. It's simple. It uses enrollment as a primary driver, reflects original grant amounts. So previous state charter school board priorities and board rule, just simplifying it right here, just underlined the part is that the board's priority seemed to be with the charter school startup. Makes sense. It was a startup fund and it was for startup. It morphed into satellites as well, as it was considered that satellites were also large undertakings that were startup in nature. And so these two board rules are just the quick summary, just the quick summary of what the previous board rules were. And so then you can see that it was simple. You can see this is what we used, and simple can be very good, I will suggest. Simple is not meant to be derogatory in any way. It's, there's the KISS principle, keep it simple, silly, and other things. But these can be very, especially when you have elaborate, complex work to do, boiling it down to what's easily digestible for ourselves. And so you can see here, this is first for the new, and this is again our current state of the grant. And then with the next slide, just shows then for satellite. And satellite was basically the same types of formulas. It followed that there would be 3 years of funding, and then there would be, instead of a max of 400, there'd be a max of 300, was really the only difference between those two. This particular slide just highlights it gives the carry forward amounts year by year, kind of small print, but you see 20, 21, 22, 23 were years where not as much was going out as what was coming in. And then we also have the school fiscal year 2024 added. And so what we get there is a total balance of a little over 7 million. And then with our encumbered, it comes back to the little under 7 million. And that's what I put in the bullet point on the very first slide. It just gives you a little bit further breakdown. What are you talking about carry forward? And what do you mean by the school fiscal year revenue? This just puts it all in one place so that you can see our current state of this grant. A new day and a new dawning gets new state charter school board priorities, and also gets Utah State Board of Education board rules. And so with that, it's based on the newly adopted priorities, reference again, State Charter School Board Strategic Plan, based on newly adopted Utah State Board of Education board rules, and adds, so we had the new school and the satellite school. It adds large and small school expansion, as well as funding for implementing 3 different areas: new curriculum, new programs, and innovative practices. And so that's what was established with the newness. So if it is too small on this one, it just highlighted some of the State Charter School Board priorities. How do we increase innovation and choice in public schools? Well, we do things like fund a grant like this, which we're very appreciative for, and we will be good stewards of it going forward for certain. And it helps us form productive partnerships with authorized schools. Not just authorizing schools and not just approving different large and small school expansions, but associating a resource with that definitely helps us form productive partnerships. And the last one, it did help me coming in as a new executive director to have resources to achieve your strategic goals. And then based on, it would be the new State Charter School Board Priority Strategic Plan. We wanted to achieve some things. I pulled some things 5 years from now, and some of these things are to increase the diversity of viable applications for new charter schools. Having this type of new and implementation grant funding available does that. Does it establish innovative, friendly, and flexible environments? Yes, it will help us achieve that, especially with that last opportunity with a new board rule. That new opportunity referring to implementing new curriculum, implementing new programs, implementing new innovative practices. So this is our new board rule. I believe January 4th it went into a 3rd or 4th. And then widely share innovative practices developed within Utah's charter schools and other charter schools and districts. We believe that that can be achieved with something that we'll share later on. This is the one where it's referenced on the back side. It's got a couple of highlights, yellow and green highlights on it. So when you read, if you can go back to the other slide, you're fine. Based on newly adopted board rules, it's called the Charter School Startup and Implementation Grant, and I'm emphasizing "and" for the moment. We'll come back to that. If you look at, there's an "or" in there. That's why I'm talking about and "or," and we'll get to that in just a moment. Little words can make differences, so we have and "or" to deal with. The last part of this board rule 2 demonstrates a plan to use the funds within the next 2 full school years. And I think you just saw referenced in what our current plan of offering it was 3 years. And so there's a point. And then the third, new large and small school expansions and satellite schools may be eligible for startup. And I've already talked about that a bit. So that's then continued. It continues. There's a little bit of green here. This is the opportunity that presents. We believe a great opportunity presents. In the green is that there is a new condition, and it's implementing a new curriculum, implementing a new program, implementing an innovative practice. I've said it a few times, but it's because it's so new, it's good to say it a few times, because this is what we're considering. So this newness of the priorities of this board, the newness of the board rule, gets us to the place, if you can go to the next slide then, questions. And our work as staff, we came across more questions than answers. And I think that that's good. And we wanted to just vet some of these questions, not in full necessarily. I actually think that that would be great work for the finance subcommittee, something I mentioned just in the executive director's report, that maybe they continue to work on and chew on this. The first question that we had, and I'll do kind of answer the questions as we go along, but they aren't definitive. Some cases maybe they're clearer than others, but I'll just do my best to both what the question was that we worked on together and what the board. So first, should we call it the Charter School Startup and or Implementation Grants? I think when we look at the new board rule, it's clear, even though it refers to an or, and we're going to talk about that or in a moment, that it should be called the Charter School Startup and Implementation Grants. Now to that part with the and or, so if you throw in the word or, and consider or instead of the and, we do have the opportunity, and staff talk this through, is that perhaps we call the new and the satellite startup and implementation, because there's a startup feature to it and an implementation feature to it. And when we use the or, that we define and we talk about the new, or actually it would be the large and the small school expansions, and then this new opportunity with the 3 buckets that I've referred to a few times. And so therefore, we end up with a grant sum total of charter school startup and implementation grants with a couple different components, that being startup and implementation, which are 2-year grants. We kind of looked at why we should move it from 3 years to 2 years or maybe 1 year. And then also with the implementation, kind of a get it out the door. And with the implementation part, there's the opportunity with large school, small school, and those other 3 buckets to just do implementation. And that's where or played a factor. So we talked that through and thought that that would be good for your consideration. The next thing, should State Charter School Board consider revising the grant to be consistent? This is an absolute yes, right? We need it to be consistent with our strategic plan, and we want it to be consistent with the new USBE rules that we just went through. So we believe that that's an undertaking that's easily answered, but yep, it was a question that we worked through. Should we award and manage the grant as a 1-year, 2-year, or 3-year period? And I think that 3-year, if we look at this, as we highlighted the new board rule, it talked about, and it was in the yellow on there, demonstrates a plan to use the funds within the next 2 full school years. And so a revision to back it away from 3 years to 2 years makes it consistent. still gives us the opportunity to do 1 and or 2 years. So back to that and or little thing that I was talking about. And preference of staff would be that we manage them as quickly as we can, which means that 1 year is manageable. But for the new and satellite, you could get 2 years out of that, both the startup and an implementation part. So we feel that we were able to kind of work through that particular question. Do we keep it simple or make it more elaborate and complex? This was a tough one because we had an opportunity to, in fact, make a grant arm of what we do as staff and as board. But as you see in our reports and the work that we do, that we have a lot of priorities and a lot of work to, in fact, do. And so while we looked at some of the best practices of grants and different administrators of funds like this, we as staff kind of settled into that we'd prefer something that is simple. It still has some uniqueness to it and some nature that we'll talk about here. But for the most part, let's use some of the structures that have been working for us for years, and let's use some of the things that are easier for us to manage and keep track of. And so when we looked at that particular question, we like the idea of keeping it in the table format and for at least some of the opportunities that we have. So should we use enrollment as the primary driver? It's difficult to use enrollment as a primary driver for some of the different grants. Think about an innovative practice, which is one of those new opportunities, or even large school and small school expansion. While some of those talk about enrollment increases or they talk about grade level increases, which definitely would have a kind of trickle down effect to enrollment, it's still difficult to under all circumstances, only use enrollment as the primary driver. So in the cases where we can, and also board rule does stipulate in startup, so in startup, which is we would suggest that we use startup for the new schools and the satellite schools, and so we use enrollment as the primary driver for those. And for the others, which would be large schools, small school expansion, which could be adding a building wing, maybe it's a gym or a cafeteria, which may not necessarily increase enrollment. So it's difficult to, again, use enrollment as that driver. So we just kind of work through that one. We wanted to bring it to the board's attention in case you have thoughts on it as well. We would love to hear those. Next slide, and we're nearly done with the questions, but we do ask a lot of questions as a team. Should we make an adjustment to the original grant amounts for new and satellite schools? This was a robust conversation for us as well. We have the $400,000 max for new schools, $300,000 for satellite schools, as demonstrated on a previous slide. And while it may make sense to increase that, it may also make sense to leave as is. It is still a generous and good amount. And I think that that's one of the areas where the board can particularly, and if it's the finance subcommittee that does this work, can take a look at it. Do we want to increase by a 5, 10, 15%? And our staff has even created a tool that would very simply walk through, what if we increased it by 15% for inflation, for other reasons like that. But again, there is also an argument to be made that it is a generous amount as is. There are other things that are now available. And so with that, there's finite amount of money. And so if we're looking to do large school, small school, and the other initiatives, we have to take a look at if we increase that, it may decrease some of those opportunities. Should we incorporate large and small school expansions into the grant? Yes, I think it's a great opportunity, particularly given the large number that I shared earlier with our current state of carry forward. This would be a year where we could really make some gains in that particular area. And then also with that third question on this particular slide, should we incorporate implementing a new curriculum, new program, and new innovative practice into the grant? Again, Maybe not every year, but maybe this is a good year because of that carry forward. And if so, how should these be prioritized and what should the amounts of these grant awards be? It's prioritized based by board rule, and board rule says new and satellite schools and the large school and small school expansion get priority over these other 3 areas. That doesn't mean that we don't have the opportunity right now, though. We could seize a nice opportunity to, in fact, spend down those things. One more page of questions, and then should we keep, revise, and or create new processes to award grant funds? Staff considered this, and we'd like to keep everything intact that's been working, and to create new processes to award those grant funds like the last opportunity that we've been talking about. Should the grant process be competitive or forced applications in and approved to be awarded until funding is no longer available? We like the idea of fully disseminating the opportunity to all of our LEAs and to all of our schools through one-on-one sessions, through advertising that we have this opportunity, and that there be a first come, first serve. Creating a competitive environment we don't think is the right area for us. It also leads us into further complexities for equality and equity and other things that were referred to in our board, because then you get into a lot of rubrics, you get into a lot of really judging out the nature of the applications, the quality of the applications. We don't know that that's where we wanted to go. Should we plan to spend the entire carry forward? Yes, probably very soon. I think our board has already established that prior to my term. So thank you for that direction, board, in a previous board meeting. And then if so, when? And we got a couple months left in school fiscal year 2024. That would be, I think, a great opportunity. When would the change become effective? Upon approval of the board, which may not happen today. I know it's listed as an action item, but you can see there's a lot of questions, and it may be something that a finance subcommittee further vets and further, maybe they have other questions. So do we have other questions? I'm quite certain that there are. But you could tell that we've tried to steer this to a place where the board can come to a decision and take action relatively soon. It'd be staff's recommendation at this time that it go to a finance subcommittee, and in quick order that finance committee could further vet these questions and other questions, look at the tools that staff already has prepared. Some of those tools show, if you change it a little bit here, and how do you keep it sustainable? Not meant for a board meeting, but I think really its proper place would be in a finance subcommittee. And so that may be the only action that we'd consider, unless you have other direction. We'd be more than happy to take it. So that's the presentation, and would love to take questions or anything as time allows.
Board members, are there questions for Director Carey? Things you'd like to talk about? Clarifications? What did I say? Oh, that's because I'm thinking I need to also introduce State Board Member Carey, that he has joined us. So that was in my head. So thank you. Director Kramer, I do know your name. So, all right. So shall we, do you have questions for Director Kramer? Yeah.
I guess more than a question, it's a thank you first, since Member Carey's here, for the work that the Law and Licensing Committee of the Board of Ed did on opening up flexibility for these monies, knowing that we're in an environment where, yes, we're authorizing schools, but we're also duplicating successful models and doing all that sort of thing. And then that committee worked with our leadership and our staff to get those changes done. And particularly Associate Director Stephenson at the time, and then also really spearheaded our former affiliated USBE member, Matt Hymas, and Member Carey were the ones spearheading that flexibility in the Law and Licensing Committee. And so we appreciate that, first of all, that we have this sort of liaison with the USBE to somebody who becomes an expert on charters and their needs, and then can take that information back to the USBE in committee and actually help us out. There are two things that I would like to see as priority. And by the way, I'm going to say simple, equitable, equal in some cases, right, for startups. All those things are great. And one of the reasons I want to give a pitch for simple is because a bunch of us have been involved in charter stakeholders in the requirements task force, rules and requirements. It's really spearheaded by Kim Frank of the UCN and also Representative Pulsifer from the Utah State Legislature, who wanted to, and then USBE staff have been super supportive, as has their board and their board leadership, because the committee was put together by Chair Moss. But the whole work of that committee for 2.5 years now, and we've had some successes and working on having more and better, is to reduce rules and requirements for all public schools. And so, a lot of those things, especially for small and medium-sized LEAs, whether they're charter or public districts, these things become, a complex system becomes prohibitive because of just lack of resources. They don't have big district departments, and the executive director or superintendent just can't take on one more thing. And so if there can be a way to keep these applications legitimate and demonstrative of merit, but simple, that would be that would be where I would lean, just because we've been championing that already. And then the other thing too is I would just put in a pitch for not spending down all of the money, because it is for startup funds. I don't want to be in a position. I want to be in a position to present to the legislature that we have spent these monies in the spirit of what they were allocated for, which I don't think we have to date, right? But that we are also good stewards of the funds and prepared for schools that before the next allocation we may want to authorize and may need startup funds for a pre-operational year. So I think always having a minimal, modest amount of startup funds for actual new schools has got to be a priority, but definitely, and I think we may be in a position, as we can show the results of some of this expenditures over the next several years, of being able to say, look what we've done with this, and could you consider bumping up the allocation there, because we have been such innovative, good stewards of startup funds and startup programs. One of our legislative, one of the mandates for us from the legislature is to support innovation and new things in education, startup things. And so that extends beyond schools. Board rule has allowed that to send beyond schools as well in their interpretation of that statute. And so I think when we can come with data and say, we need the money you've given us before, but a modest increase so that we can fund new schools and continue to fund, not just on carry forward funds, but on allocations, these programs. So looking at this as a way to also acquire data which will support investment in these innovative actions, I think would also be something top of my mind anyway.
Thank you so much. Other thoughts from members of the board? Member Olson.
Yeah, I just want to echo Vice Chair Phillips' last comment about cautioning against just going and spending all the money. We certainly have been overly frugal over the last while, but it seems like it would be imprudent to just go for the sake of spending it all and trying to change that course, just going and spending all the money to reward those very few schools that would be eligible for that grant presently. It makes more sense to do what we can to try to spend it equitably, but make sure we have money in reserve for other schools that come along.
Thank you. All right. Other input from members of the board, things you'd like to be considered, knowing then the pleasure of the board relative to a decision today. If you would support the notion from the staff to let the finance committee dig into it a little bit more and spend some time. We could have an update. Our next meeting is only 3 weeks away, February 8th. So I don't know if that's enough time for a finance committee but maybe to organize finance folks together to begin some discussion, but maybe we could have a little update by that point potentially. So unless I'm hearing anything different from board members, all right. I don't know if we need to take a formal action to send it to a finance committee, but I'm hearing our direction is to do that. And so if Director Kramer, if you will take that initiative to organize the finance committee and have those discussions around those questions and bring it back to a board meeting that is timely, so you have time to discuss and bring it back at that point. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for that report. It's exciting, and it's really exciting for folks to innovate, but it does cost sometimes a little bit to do that, and we appreciate having some funds available to do that, and the expansion of those 2 board rules really help to make that possible. We're at the place of new school application review and interview. So, Ms. Stephenson, will you lead us in that, please?
I would be happy to. Thank you, Chair Bowles. So, of course, going over, we will be first talking about just a quick review of the overall process, both as a reminder for our board, but also a reminder for our public who may be watching and seeing what it takes to go through the new school application process. We'll also just go over a quick review about what to expect today with our applicants, and then we will turn the time back to Chair Bowles and to the board for you to do your applicant review and interviews with our 2 applicant groups that you'll be working with today. So as a reminder, what have our groups done up till now? They started with a video where they got introduced to public charter schools and what that takes to start a public charter school in the state of Utah. They completed a short assignment, had a one-on-one meeting with staff. They had a successful proposal presentation to you back in August, and then they attended a full-day boot camp with the USPE. And remember that we were trying to address this question: could an individualized and supportive approach to the proposal and the application process enhance the quality of our applications? And so that has been forefront in our minds as we've worked through this cycle this year, has been how do we really individualize and provide that supportive approach? So after they went to boot camp, they started having their pre-operational workshops. Those started in August and have continued through January of a number of topics. That's something that we work closely with the UAPCS to make sure that our applicants are getting trained on a number of important topics even before they come back to see you today. Today, they will be presenting their full application to you. We're going to go over some highlights, some strengths, some areas that they may need some support. You'll have that opportunity to continue that conversation with them and to ask questions, run through scenarios, and then have a robust board discussion. And then ultimately today, you'll be voting if you would like to authorize either of these schools as a new charter school in our portfolio. If you decide to authorize either of these schools today, then following this meeting, we will begin to work with that group to finalize their charter agreement. So of course you have reviewed their charter application. That whole entire application does not become their charter agreement. We do work with them to draw out those most important parts and those key elements. We go through their legal recitations and make sure that we gather signatures, and of course focusing on that bilateral agreement that both sides feel good and are agreeing to what this charter school is going to become. With that, then they will also continue to attend pre-operational workshops, as well as begin completing a readiness to open checklist. Any schools that are approved today, it's about 18 months until they will be opening their doors. So it's not fall of 24, but it's actually fall of 25. So there are a number of items you can see broken out by role there. There's a readiness checklist for the governing board, for their executive director, their business office, related to their facilities, as well as different enrollment goals and targets that have to be met to make sure that they are ready to open successfully, and that staff will continue to report back to the board and make sure that we are making progress as those 18 months tick by. And then, of course, their last step, they get to hire that director. That board gets to transition into a supportive governing board leadership role. And point number 3, hopefully they become an innovative, highly accountable, high-performing charter school, one of the golden schools in our portfolio, which is our goal for everyone. So what to expect today? Firstly, we want to have a continuation of the conversation that you began in August. And so to help with that, we actually went through as staff and pulled out what was the feedback that you gave to each applicant at that August meeting, so that that is fresh in your mind, and that we also were able to compare that to the feedback that each applicant received from our group of readers. One thing we did different this year, you'll notice there's not a full reader report. Rather than contracting out with readers, we worked more closely with our partners here at the USBE to have various readers that have worked with the applicants and will continue to work with the applicants, as well as staff, go through it and see, here's what we've worked on, here's how we've seen that they have applied those things, and here are potential places that we can still support these applicants if they are approved by you. After we kind of go over those highlights of that continuation of conversation, again, you'll be having that opportunity to interview, to ask questions and answers. And then afterwards, after both applicants have had their chance to meet with you, then you will have that discussion and vote. So first up on our agenda, we have Virtual Horizons Charter School. So for that technical piece, some reminders here. This was that online school with an office in Salt Lake City. One key change that they made from their proposal was originally they were looking to serve grades K through 12. And the board had suggested that perhaps those younger students might struggle with some of that technology. And so there was an update that they are looking to serve grades 4 through 12 and keeping it just with 4 through 12. Their enrollment, they're still seeking to grow from 350 up to 900 by their 5th operational year. They do have 5 board members, but some of that board member composition has changed since you saw them in August. You'll see here, these were some of the slides that we had back in August about their potential strengths as well as their support needs. We did cross off a few items as they have updated. They did take out the housing component as well as some of that specific language about wanting to work with low-income students. So that has been also removed from this, and it is more a focus just on the innovative model and that engagement-focused curriculum. The support needs, there is still some clarification that may be needed about their curriculum, and if there is enough curriculum within the field right now to have a whole year's worth of school under virtual reality. And there still are some conflict of interest questions that the board may want to continue to explore with this applicant group. We'd put up kind of the what you get if you authorize this school or if you move this school forward from our proposal. A lot of it is still holding true at this point. It is the belief of staff that Virtual Horizons Charter School would add a unique educational experience that utilizes virtual reality. We did take out that line about seeking to address basic student needs since they've removed that housing component and access to food and different community supports within like a community center. We also felt that that bottom line still holds up. This would be an innovative model that does not currently exist within our portfolio. However, the curriculum logistics are still in development and may need more than an 18-month on-ramp. So that is something to continue to consider. We did have, each group has requested to have a 5 to 10 minute short presentation. So we left that in here. If Chair Bowles, if the board would like to see those, we've left that up to you. And then the slide following from here is where we'll just do that quick reminder of proposal feedback that was given. So I'll turn it back to you to see if you would like to have that presentation or keep moving forward.
Pleasure of the board. That help you to have a VR presentation to understand? Yes? All right. Let's do we would like to do that. I think that is helpful for us. So please, may we do that?
Virtual Horizons, would you like to come on up?
Ah, I didn't know if we were at that place because please do join us at the table. I want, to both new schools, when you look at that list of things that we asked them to do to prepare for this application and prepare for this day, thank you for your passion in presenting a school and creating a school. It's not something someone just does overnight. This is a lot of work to come to this point, and we want you to know how much we appreciate your work to do that and to be careful, because we want to be good partners with you. You want to provide excellent education, and so together we do that, and it takes time to come to this point. So thank you for going through that. All right, so should we turn to Virtual Horizons? This is Virtual Horizon. How about if you each introduce yourselves first, and then we'll continue a presentation.
Are these on? Okay.
Yeah, you just pull them towards you,
Okay.
and you'll see that they go on.
Thank you for having us. It's great to be here today. Thank you for the work so far that staff has done. They've been so supportive and so helpful, and we're so grateful for that. We listened to you, and we made some changes on our application, and we're excited to talk about what we are presenting and what we think will be a great innovative school and a great addition to your portfolio. We have a short video. We wanted to put you all in VR, but we weren't sure if there was going to be time or the bandwidth to do that. So we just made a short video. What we want to show you is kind of what it looks like inside a VR classroom. The technology is amazing. And what sets it apart from Zoom or another online school is that the teacher can be in the classroom in VR teaching and can walk around and talk to students and have individual experiences. Kids can go into small groups, and you can only hear what's happening in your small group. Virtual reality is very much like being in a place together. We can have one-on-one conversations. A teacher can go and talk to a student. A teacher can teach as they would in a normal classroom at the front of a classroom, but you can also go into space together, go into the ocean together, go to the Egyptian pyramids together. So there's a lot of exciting things, and the innovation is getting better every day. The hardware is getting better every day. The software is being developed at a rapid rate, and it's going to revolutionize education, we think. And we would love to be part of your portfolio and share what we learn in this charter school with district schools, with other states, with other countries, because we do believe this is going to be something that really changes education and enhances it for students. So we're really excited about this opportunity. Thank you for letting us come. Are we ready? Okay.
Yeah.
And we're going to introduce ourselves.
Or each person can introduce themselves individually, however that works. Yeah.
Okay. I'm Kristen Olenkowski. I'm the board chair. What has brought me to this moment
is that I have been passionate about innovation and education for many years. If you remember, when I was a part of this board, I implemented the Innovation Commission. I was so excited to see your priorities today, that innovation was on there, and that you're hiring an innovative staff member. Wow, that's exciting. So that's why I'm here, because I really am passionate about making education better for students. And I think we're now at that point where innovation and technology is going to make that possible. So that's why I'm on the board. And again, Kristen Delenkowski, and I'll let the rest of the board introduce themselves. Kim?
Hi, I'm Kim Tafiti. I'm vice chair, and it is an honor to be with all of you amazing educators and business members in the community. I joined the board because of VR's potential to reach the unique needs of every student. Whether you're a student down in the Four Corners on a reservation or you're an urban student in Salt Lake City. The ability for VR to individualize and personalize learning to every student is what I'm passionate about. I have a background in education, have been working in ed tech for nearly 30 years, have experience in large-scale technical implementations in urban districts and small districts across the nation. And it for me is a new passion. So I'm excited to be here. When we're ready and we're through our introductions, we'll queue up a short video of some of the learning experiences that students will be able to enjoy inside of VR.
I'm Tanya Chung, and what brought me here is, again, very similar, this sort of technology, innovation, and individuality. My experience in education is limited to homeschooling my two children. And I think what led me there was that school was very, in the box. And it just didn't serve the needs of either of my child. One was sort of on the gifted side, one is on the self-described on the spectrum side. And I think something like this will not only allow each child to thrive, but it'll give us the room to infuse other things besides academics into schools. We'll have the time to really look at maybe putting well-being in there as well. And so I'm super excited and really honored to be here.
My name's Matt Folger. I'm new to the board. I'm here because of Kim Tafiti. I worked with her at School Improvement Network a number of years ago. 2008, I moved out of the commercial real estate industry into the education industry with the economic downturn. Both of my parents were educators, and I've become very passionate about education. I joined Pearson Education and helped deploy new testing technology to New York City schools. We did a one-to-one implementation at LA County Unified District. I also, at that same time, 2009, I volunteered down at West High and helped them win a state championship in basketball. It's been both of my parents were educators, and I'm very passionate about education, and it's been a great transition for me since 2008. One other thing to note is the last 7 years, I've been a member of the board of a charter school in California, my hometown, where both my parents were teachers, and that has provided a lot of education and experience when it comes to their special ed. And through COVID, there's a lot to learn there, how we managed online education with special education folks. So, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Connor O'Brien. I'm our board's treasurer. My passion and introduction to education came in a rather unconventional route. I was first introduced to it during my previous career as an Army officer when I was deployed overseas. And while that was certainly a different teaching and learning environment than here, it really reinforced how crucial education is, not only for individual student success, but for a country as a whole. That has translated forward a few years now. My fiance and I are looking to start a family shortly, and our concern for what the future of education looks like. I came to the board due to my financial background. So I'm also in the commercial real estate space, not on the development side, but just on the lending side. So I do macroeconomic analysis, due diligence, compliance, all the fancy Excel work, and forecasting. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for taking the time to introduce yourselves. If you want to go ahead with your presentation.
And this is brief. We made a short video so you can just get a taste. The spectrum of curriculum that students will experience in VR spans from our traditional subjects all through any elective or other area of interest that they might have, including, to Tan's point, financial literacy, wellness, character building, those kinds of things. We also appreciate the opportunity for VR to extend to the families. So families who participate in this, parents can also engage in positive parenting, wellness programs through VR as well. So this is just a very small sampling of what you're going to see.
Just quickly, you're seeing it in a 2D version. In the virtual reality, it's so immersive. You know, you're there, you're walking around, but that gives you an idea of the subjects and the different things that we can span, and some even integrated learning that we can have with more than one subject with certain experiences. So we are, again, excited to be here, and I know you'd like to get to questions, so we are happy to answer them.
Thank you so much. And having now read your application, and I suspect among the board may have some questions to address to Virtual Horizon. Any board members, if you have some questions? Yeah. Vice Chair Phillips?
Well, thanks so much for coming back to us with a full application, as we invited you to do earlier. And it's very exciting. It's sort of like those of us who are kind of old school, teach old school subjects, hopefully have tried to keep up with a lot of the good pedagogical practices, for me in my career for 40 years. Nevertheless, the whole idea of AI coming in, as well as virtual reality, can scare us. And I certainly don't want, we can't be scared of innovation. We can't be scared of something that's coming. And we have to learn how to use it well to get our kids to have great outcomes. I'm very excited about this possibility. I'm going to ask some questions because, we also have to kind of balance that with, is this the right time? Is this the right plan? Is this going to be what our students in our state need, right? Our portfolio, we taking all those things into consideration. So the one of the things I wanted to ask is, I love your academic goals, and apparently you're trying to improve from a student's baseline score from the previous year. I'm assuming a state assessment. that they would, over a couple years, increase by 20%. One of the things that I didn't understand, which is on page 14 of your application, 20% of students are reading on grade level and have passed their state assessment showing closing of achievement gaps and performing on grade level. So that's an exceeds target. The state, for instance, has, and this is for third graders, obviously, and not your 4th through 12, but similarly, the state right now, I think, has a goal of having 75% of third graders read on grade level by 2027 with our reading initiative. So I think I'm reading this wrong, and I want to understand. We definitely don't want aspirational goals. We want realistic goals, but it seems like your goals to increase students' achievement outcomes from the baselines that they bring in. Obviously, it's individualized, so I'm going to say baselines by a certain amount each year does seem realistic if that's what the data from the model is showing. But what doesn't seem perhaps realistic and aspirational enough is what percentage of students you want to be reading at grade level, right? That's just really low to me. So your teacher goals seem good, but anyway, and I may not be understanding that correctly. So let me stop at that point and say, what is it that you meant? Or what am I not reading right? Or is there a disconnect here in what your academic outcome, achievement outcome is here? Because it's hard for me to want to sort of embrace the idea that only 20% of your students are going to be reading at grade level after so many years in your program, and that's your exceeding goal rather than meeting even. So help me understand that.
Yes, thank you. I want to make sure I understand where you're reading. So you're looking at the table on page 14, correct? You're looking at line 1, improving student learning through virtual reality.
Yes, and also the previous, I think the previous page had also additional goals, which made sense to me, those goals, but the table doesn't.
Yes, because it looks like it might be the inverse. So what we've seen in our models is that students far exceed the state standards, and I see what you're seeing now, that it looks low, and to me it looks like an inverse of what it should be, which would be more like 80%. Okay. Do you see what I'm saying? Yep. And I appreciate you pointing that out.
Okay, that's helpful. And I realize there can be sort of language is always sticky, and tables and things like that. And so what I think you're saying is that, and this would go along more with the goal before.
Yes. Above it.
Above though. So we're to understand that your goal there, for instance, if we're taking a comparison to third graders and the state goal by 2027, actually would be 5% above what that hopeful goal is. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes.
Okay, and Chair, may I follow it up with another question?
Absolutely.
And actually, I'm going to save this question because other members might have questions specifically about the application, and mine is more about the structure of the school and the board. So let me hold off on mine for a moment.
All right. Yeah. Other board members, questions that you have? Yeah. Member Bassett.
Thank you, Chair Bowles. So before we get too far into this discussion, I do want to disclose a potential conflict of interest. So for this school proposal, I will be a listener, and I would like to recuse myself from the vote.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Additional comments, questions? I actually have operational kinds of questions more too. So Vice Chair Phillips, if you want to lead with your question, and then I'll add mine too.
All right. Thank you, Chair. So as I was thinking historically about the kinds of schools that, and when I say the kinds, I should clarify. In terms of the way that they're structured, we have been fairly flexible when there's been a transparency. For instance, if a school says, as you saw earlier in the fall, we had a school come before us and transparently tell us what sort of management group they would be working with, as well as how that group had sort of a proprietary curriculum as well as a model. We have, and historically, the state charter school board has not found it difficult per se to approve those schools because of that structure, except one of the things that was a big sticking point for us in approving that school is to ensure that the board of directors did not have conflicts related to that particular company. So you have a for-profit company, and if the board is able to be independent of that, then we understand that they can change a contract, they can go with another curriculum, they can go with another management company, another provider. What would have been disconcerting to us, and has been in the past, until that has been resolved, is to have if the president of that company or someone with deep financial interest in that company were also, say, the board chair or the vice chair, or if, for instance, if multiple people on that board, if one had been, for instance, involved in the facilities and could benefit from that, and another one had been involved in the curricular offerings and could benefit from that. So sometimes it's one individual, sometimes it's an aggregate, or looking at the board to say, could this board, as we did with a school we approved on an expedited schedule in the fall, does this board have the independence it needs to make decisions about this school, independent from its own financial interests of the members, or aggregately so? So I'll just be very transparent, because I'd like to know, and I'd like you to be transparent back. So I do have some concerns that there may be embedded conflicts of interest in this board that are difficult to resolve. For instance, how many board members are conflicted with a private entity or corporation that may be providing some kind of curriculum, educational service, facilities to the school as a whole, and maybe these are even proprietary services, because this virtual reality, there are only so many providers, on which the school's programs and models depend, and for which there may not be other providers or very few. In those circumstances, I would feel more comfortable if those individuals were just providers to the school, and that the board was non-conflicted, and so could, even if necessary, change the model. If it turned out that AI wasn't as productive for positive outcomes for students, or if it turned out that part of it was, but part of it wasn't, and so there was a pivot, that's needed to be a pivot. That's very hard to do if board members either individually in different sectors or as a whole, aggregately, are providing all the services for the school. In addition, you have the other problem that if it's sometimes just one board member, and the other 4 of you, let's say, are non-conflicted in any way, then that can be resolved at times. One board member providing one thing and 4 other board members who say, this isn't working, we've got to go in a different direction. But if each part of the model depends on the others for this school to work, and there might be conflicts that some of you have, or that a majority of you have, for pieces of it, it becomes a kind of an embedded web of conflicts. So help me out here. I'm excited about the idea. Talk to me about these conflicts of interest, which I myself have noted, and I want them to be able to be resolved before I would vote yes, so that I know that a board that we are creating a bilateral contract with for authorization can really make good decisions about this school without being interested parties.
Thank you for bringing that up. And we want to be fully transparent, and we do have a plan to make you feel comfortable, hopefully, Member Phillips, Vice Chair Phillips. I am part of a startup, and so is Kim. The 2 of us are part of a startup that we've been working on virtual reality for a couple of years. Right now, our only contract is with a school in California where we're doing some credit recovery and some CTE and virtual reality. There's always this, the nice thing is we have experience in virtual reality, and there's been a big learning curve to that. We know who has the best educational opportunities and providers. We know who has the best hardware. There's some things that we've learned in the last few years, but we also brought a lawyer onto the board, and we've added an RFP process that will make sure that it is fair and that our company could be a potential vendor, but that is not a given. And I'm going to let Tan speak to the RFP process, because that's one of the reasons we brought her on as a lawyer, to make sure we were transparent. We were going to follow the RFP process as the law says, and if necessary, recuse ourselves, add more board members, whatever that would make your board comfortable with that. So Tan, if you'd like to speak to that.
Yeah, of course. Thanks. Thank you for that question. And that was something that I also asked about before joining the board, and sort of doing my own diligence in this. I asked a lot of questions like, is this the only provider possible? What are the different possibilities out there? And so the actual providers of the curriculum, of the software, that's not the company that Kristen and Kim are a part of. And so I think that gives us right there a, wide range to sort of like look at and see whether we can actually have better contracts directly with those providers. And that may be the case. And I explained that to Kim and Kristen that, hey, we're going to talk to these providers. We're going to ask them like what kind of deals we can get with them. And we're going to have a whole set of questions. Part of the difficulty, I think, is, there isn't that many. So there is going to be people in that space, but I feel very comfortable that we could provide a curriculum without any interest in the company that Kim and Kristen have. Whether that's the most efficient price points and stuff like that, that's what we're going to see in the RFP process. I think one of the things that in this process, like we have a list of things already that we are going to be looking for. So it's going to be years of service. It's going to be the customer service, their depth of products, right? If they've worked with other companies. So one area where the company Kristen and Kim have that would be deficient would be sort of references from other companies, right? They have one company that they've worked with. So that's going to be something that we're going to note. That's going to be sort of a, negative on that particular company. The other thing I think that we want to, and I've talked to Kim and Kristen about this, is to get additional people that have virtual reality experience on the board so that we can really sort of fulsomely add in another person on the board that can speak to these things with great clarity.
Yeah, I was going to ask if you had a follow-up.
So I appreciate that, and I appreciate that you're apparently non-conflicted, right?
Yes.
But it's still the board of directors that makes the decision on how to spend the money, on the budget, and so on. And ultimately, if it's a contract over $50,000, the board is the one literally opening those bids usually in an executive session, making a decision in an open board meeting, sometimes making it in an open board meeting, opening those. And so I'm concerned to know what the conflicts of interest are transparently from a financial standpoint. And I appreciate the fact that the people who would be interested in bringing a school like this into authorization would be people who are involved in it, right? But my question still stands that why aren't these individuals who are potentially financially conflicted and potentially, leaving it to maybe a board of 3? I'm not sure if you two have conflicts. You've stated you do not financially.
Yes,
but leaving it to a board of 3 to make the decision, while 2 leave, and these are 2 of your most integral board members, that's the appearance of a conflict, if not an actual conflict. So my worry is, I guess my real question is, I would feel much more comfortable if you had a board of 5, no one of whom was financially conflicted, and these wonderful providers in the background providing an RFP for your potential, for the part that they can provide in terms of curriculum, I'm assuming, and curricular development. So that's a conflict that's hard for me to bump over in my mind, both optically and just actually. Maybe with even with a board of 7, that might be difficult, but at least you would have 5 individuals who could actually sort of battle it out and decide what was actually best for the school. So help me know are there other conflicts of interest that we should know about? Are these 2 board members non-conflicted here financially or in other, and I don't just mean with the software, I mean with facilities or with other kinds of provisions for the school?
I am not financially conflicted, pardon me, or convicted.
And thank you for your service, sir.
Thank you. And you mentioned facilities a few times. For clarification, the only physical facility that we would have would be our administrative office on an ongoing basis, and that would not be owned. That is to be, but we've noted Salt Lake City is where it would be located. That would be on a leased basis, and then if we needed anything for professional development or state testing or for student day use, that would also be on a contractual basis for a limited period of time.
I am not conflicted financially in any way. I do want to echo what Tan said. It's something that we have discussed in our board meetings. There is a concern, and we're happy to address it and make that right. I agree that we don't want to have that conflict. Having sat on boards and been the lone dissenting vote at times, I understand your concern, and I think we can address it.
And absolutely would have Kim and Kristen recuse themselves from discussions and from the vote. I do think that one of the things that we are actively going to be looking for is to expand the board, because we do know that there are pieces of the board that we want to really dig further into, including potentially having a parent. It'd be great if there was a parent that might work in the industry that can help us, right? Administrators, somebody who might have been a former principal. So we are looking to expand the board. So we expect to hopefully have 7 people on the board. And I do recognize that that's not the board at the moment, but it's something that we have been talking about and have been thinking over. And we do think we'll be able to find people to do that. I think this is such a innovative product system. And I think that there's so many parents who are looking to do something for their children that we can find people in those spaces that would be willing to join the board just for their own, just for their own children and the community.
I would just like to add that Kristen and I are both open to stepping down. We participated because we have the knowledge and the know-how in terms of what content is available, how the curriculum works, how it works against a school schedule. While the company that we work for has one client at the moment, there are pre-pilots and pre-implementations of VR with this group where it was very successful. So we have the know-how in terms of how to do it. We're very happy to step down when we can find board members that can bring also that knowledge to this, because the whole key to this particular innovation is the VR. If you remove that, we remove the potential impact that it has on the students and the families that will attend the school. So from that perspective, we're involved in helping to write the application because we have the know-how. But we're very willing to step down as we expand the board and find those that are capable and have that experience and that know-how. And we would probably need to do that anyway, just because our hands are going to be full. You understand? So I appreciate that question, and I couldn't agree with you more wholeheartedly. So thank you for bringing that up.
And I just want to say one more thing. Again, just kind of making sure to separate what's out there. What we've seen is product from other providers. So the the actual curriculum, the actual video that you saw is, who's the provider?
Victory Excel.
Excel, which
Yeah.
nobody has any financial interest in.
And just to be fair, we aren't curriculum developers or VR developers. The company we're a part of is just a service provider. It's just bringing the hardware, the software, the tech knowledge into the space. We aren't the curriculum developer, but we know the best curriculum developers out there. And, we know how to identify them as a board, and we know how to get in contact with them. That is not something that the curriculum, the development, all of that is not part of what we do.
Certainly.
Okay. But it sounds like you might be, your company, the company that both of you are affiliated with, may be involved in bringing a package to this school that would have the curriculum, the software, and so on. So, if that were procured for instance, and so I just wanted to clarify because was my understanding as well. And then secondly, I want to make sure that you understand that I don't equate your stepping down with taking the virtual reality out of the school, just conflicted members on the board who, with regard to bringing that package to the school, because it sounds like your company might have a great package to bring to the school, which is why I'm questioning in some ways why you're on the board, right? Because that would be a much less sort of problematic look and reality for us, as at least for me. I can't speak for the whole board, as I consider this authorization today. So,
Thank you. I think part of it, Vice Chair Phillips, is again that we had the know-how and the understanding of VR. We've seen what it can do. We've seen some small pilots that have had amazing success. We've done a lot of research, and there is a lot of research out there on virtual reality. And that's where it became exciting to me to have the thought of having a virtual reality school where we could actually show data, we could show numbers, we could show test scores, we could show that the engagement, the recall, the complete immersive experience, what a difference that makes for students and how exciting it is. And so when we saw some of this, that's when it clicked in my head. There needs to be a charter school in the state of Utah that's doing this, because it is so innovative, because it is so exciting, and because the results so far are very, very compelling.
And I do think that we will be able to find other board members to with some of that experience. And I will tell you that the three of us who are not part of the company are here because of the possibility of what this can do for education. And so I do think that we will find other people in the field that, knowing that we do have this charter, would be happy to join and really look at this, and again, in the most cost efficient way for this charter school.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to continue a little bit because I know we started a little late, and I know we'll have maybe potentially some other questions among the board that they want to ask. Are there some others who have some things? Member Spiker?
If I could, I'd like to switch gears and focus on the student. And I so appreciated in the application where I could imagine a fifth grader, a seventh grader, and an older student. Could you elaborate just a little bit more? I'm so excited about this potential, and for the blend of technology, immersive experiences, and for the students to be able to interact and engage with each other in ways that they potentially might not in a traditional classroom. Could you, I talked about that a student might be engaged in a VR experience for 20 to 30 minutes. I see in the schedule that a student might be in English language arts, the seventh grader might be in there for an hour and a half. Could you talk a little bit about what that synchronous time is going to look like, so the teacher, hands-on, I read hands-on experiences, opportunity for the VR, but other types of learning could you just give me just a quick snapshot of, so that way that I guess I just want reassurance again, just what's happening in that hour and a half that makes it synchronous, that makes it communal, that makes it a learning experience outside of the VR too.
Yeah, I'll start. So the exciting thing is that as a teacher, comes into the VR classroom, we're going to use a mix of Canvas assignments that they can do on their own. There's some VR experiences that they can do on their own. Those are asynchronous. But what we really think is exciting about this is the synchronous piece, where the teacher is in the virtual reality classroom with the students. And so a pilot I got to witness, there was a little bit of discussion up front on Zoom with the teacher. This is what we're learning. This is what we're going to talk about. This is what we're going to do. Then everybody put on their VR headsets, went in, and then it really became so clear what they were learning. The teacher had talked about it a little bit before. Then you go into VR, then you have the experience, you have a group project, the kids are touching things. There'll be some quizzes inside VR, and there'll be some quizzes when they come out of VR. So out of VR on Canvas and some other things that they can do on their own. And one of the things we're so cognizant of is what is the right amount of time to be in VR for students. And I just want to assure you that we will be watching that very closely with the well-being of our own students, with what research is coming out, because all day in VR headset might not be optimal for students, and we understand that. But we also think that if a teacher teaching on Zoom you can learn some things, but then when you go into that VR experience, then it becomes immersive, then it becomes an experience. You engage emotions that's part of the reason that the recall is so good, because now you're having an experience instead of just listening, and you're engaging all aspects of the learning and all of the different learning styles. And we just had a discussion about this. So Kim, if you want to elaborate on that, I'd love for you to share that.
Oh, sure. But I just want to make sure we're answering your question. Do you have follow-up questions to what an hour or a subject?
No, this is great. I'm envisioning, for me, I'm coming to this as a teacher educator, and with the capacity and the skill set of an educator in this space, one, to be able to have the technology skill set to be able to navigate and the pedagogy behind using these tools, and that what happens when you come out, and the powerful debrief that you should be engaging your students in, and the community that you're creating in those spaces. And so I think I'm curious, not only the experience of the student, which I think is helpful for me, then to think about, well, what skill set does the teacher need to have? How are you going to recruit the teachers to be able to do this work really well? I read the salary, yes, and I would say more. I would say more
on that.
Just if we
I couldn't agree
budgetarily.
more.
Yeah. So. Because again, you're asking for these teachers that are going to be in this class to do this well. The skills that they need to be able to have will be profound.
Yes.
And so that's why I just wanted some clarification, because it helps me then think about how to potentially support all of you and getting the teachers that you need to do this work. Because we know without the capacity of the teacher, the skill of the teacher, it will be harder to reach the outcomes that you're looking for. So yes, thank you. That was helpful. And feel free to continue to add a little bit more.
Well, I would just add that what the teacher has the ability to do inside of VR is really the sky is the limit. So one day, a 20-minute session might be 10 minutes of whole group instruction, and then move kids into small group. And they can control those small groups. They can control the volume. They can mute, they can unmute. The teacher can actually walk up to groups and hear what's going on. They can bring kids immediately back into their chairs or in front of the teacher for some feedback, for additional instruction. The teacher has the ability for one day to be under the sea and be exploring life science with marine animals. And the next day they can be in Egypt exploring Luxor and the Avenue of the Sphinx. So it can be very integrated. They can do multiple subjects and concepts within a single project, and the sky's really the limit for the teacher. So to that point, we already have certification for teachers so that they can learn the tools inside of VR. They obviously will have their curriculum of which they will adapt inside of VR, but there are literally tens of thousands of 3D assets that are available to them. So if we're combining particles one day in chemistry, I can make sure that I have every student has their hydrogen and their oxygen, and they're combining. And now when the student sees that, to follow that through to the student, the reason why the recall is so profound in VR is because they have actually experienced it. When they see it on the state exam, now I've done it before. I don't have to try to remember something that I read in a book or that I saw flatly in a PowerPoint or something like that. I actually manipulated the hydrogen and the oxygen molecules, and I can see exactly where they connect. Or I can see the difference in the size between the electron and the proton. And I know one is ginormous and one is small, even though they are microscopic. So it's incredible in terms of what the teacher is going to be able to do and how they'll be able to put their classroom work together. Of course, the curriculum and the standards are the guide.
And I just wanted to back to the question that you had about the synchronous learning piece of it. I mean, to be able to actually have the students be in little pods by themselves and interacting is going to allow, a teacher who could only basically teach to the class because of the disruptiveness of trying to keep people on task. You can now have different groups sort of at the level that they need to be at, engaging.
I think that I mean I can see it, and I know the skill that Crystal's sorry, Member Bassett is nodding her head. I mean, one, I'm kind of thinking, man, I'd like to try that out myself. But also understanding that the incredible skill, and I also appreciated seeing homeroom in the schedule. I mean, I guess I think for me, I think I'm communicating this too, that the technology is so powerful, and I agree. I think that it is here. We must embrace it. How can we use this to help us engage our students in ways that maybe we haven't even envisioned before? And then also, I don't want to lose sight of the fact that we're humans engaged in real life together. And so like that homeroom, again, is critical. Like what happens when you put students in a space and we expect them to work together virtually? There's all kinds of work that has to happen beforehand, that they're teaming. They understand how we work together, and that how we do that in a synchronous space where I'm seeing you as a real human, not as your avatar. This is all wonderful conversation. I think it's just helpful for me because that's where I'm thinking about is the reality of what does this look like, and is it going to be better? Is it going to be better for kids in the long run? Which I think,
And I think as an interesting side note, I had the opportunity to meet with the president of Weber State and talked about the possibility. And this is something, if you approve us today, we will do this with other universities in the state. We talked about the possibility of, as their teachers are coming out certified, that they've also gone through a virtual reality certification. So they're coming out of college not only certified teachers, but also having some exposure to virtual reality, which we would also have our own professional development. But it's an exciting new field, and we think there's going to be teachers who are interested in it. And we also will have tech support. We'll make sure that, there's a technical person there to support them too, because tech can sometimes be challenging. But the fact that we could possibly work with the universities throughout the state to have teachers ready when they come out of college to teach in virtual reality is exciting too. And I know Connor has a comment.
Just to add, wanted to add specifically to the teachers and the skill set that they would need as both as a baseline, which Kristen and Kim addressed, but we've also built into our second operational year budget under the professional development line a pretty significant amount for both the development of implementation following the first year, as well as an incentivized bonus for teachers to partake in advanced virtual reality training so they can curate their own content, create their own content, enhance it. So we have built that into our plan going forward.
May I just, I know our time is up at this point, but I do have one other question I just want to explore, and I know we talked about it in the application, but I want to hear just out loud more. It is contingent upon, we all keep talking about technology. It is contingent upon technology and technology working at various places all over the state, and students having the headsets and talk to me about having internet access, computers, headsets for students throughout the state.
I'm going to let Connor answer that one. Yeah.
Indeed. So we have built into our budget both the shipping, so to the the school itself, to the students and back, the headsets, the Chromebook/laptops. And then we've also built in, if you look under the internet for students, there's a fairly large set aside. So if we need to increase the students' internet capabilities, or in the case of, I'm thinking the Four Corners, in the most extreme region or extreme remote regions of the state, should it be needed, we would have money set aside for, I think in the most extreme scenario, satellite internet capabilities, as well as on the school server itself, we would have what I think the best or comparison would be what NBC uses for their Olympics. So they, for 3.5 out of 4 years, no one looks at the Olympics website. And then for the 6 months surrounding the Olympics, they get 400 million hits a day. So what it is, it's a server with a burst capability. So during the school day or during, primary hours of asynchronous use, our servers have the ability to bump up in bandwidth in order to accommodate the large usage by students. So we've built that into our plan as well as our budget.
Thank you. I think it's important for us to articulate that because that's a critical portion. If that foundation is not in place, none of the rest of this works, right? And there will be hiccups. Obviously, there are going to be some concerns, but I suspect that I'm feeling comfortable that you will know what to do to help to mitigate those. May I ask one other question? In the diversity of students that we have, among them are students with learning disabilities, potentially other special education, students who have IEPs, in other words. How do we need to adapt and adopt work for those students so that they can have equal access as well?
I'm so happy you asked. Am I on? Oh, okay. I'm so happy you asked that question because we've talked a lot about this and we think it's going to be such a great place for a student that has any kind of challenges that way. We can do extended time. A child can watch even if it was synchronous, we'll record it. They can watch it again. They can watch it slower. We will have extended deadlines, which is easy to do in VR. If there's frequent outbursts and behavioral problems, there's a way to lower their volume or bring them back into a chair. There's things that we can do there. Any kind of hearing, vision, physical impairments are, because of technology, we can address those. And Matt on our board, as he said, he's on the charter school for an autistic charter school. So he's someone that we brought on specifically because of his special ed background. And also, we know that we will hire a special ed expert or a contracted company to make sure that the technology will really serve those students with IEPs. Did you want to say anything else, Matt?
I think with COVID, there was a lot of lessons learned on how to address online learning, virtual reality learning with special education students. And we did learn a lot, but it is something that we're going to need parental support to make that effective for the special ed students. And that's one of the big lessons learned. More involved those parents were with and a much lower student to teacher ratio, right, is needed to make those effective with the special ed. So I think it's going to be a challenge, but I think we have a track to run on and some lessons learned already to get off on the right foot.
Thank you for responding to our questions today. Unless we really are at time, unless board members have additional questions that they need answered in order to make decisions today. If not, we thank you for your work, for your passion, and you were able to instill that for us today as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you
We
so
appreciate
much.
you being
Thanks
here.
for having us.
We're a little bit behind, and we want to make sure that Thrive Point we can get them up here as soon as possible. We'd probably do, as a board, need to take a quick break.
I just want to put on the record that I'm recusing myself from this discussion and vote. That is to say of Thrive Point, yes.
All right, as Member Bassett did for our virtual horizon. Let's take. Thank you for being patient with us, Thrive Point. We've had some really good discussion today. We needed to have. Can we begin again? If I can make my watch open, it keeps closing. I have to. There. So can we begin at 10:20? And if you take a quick break, if you need to use the restroom, get a drink or something, and at 10:20 we'll be ready to continue. Thank you.
Could I ask for someone to text me when the Thrive Point discussion is over?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna like in the basement. Because I'd like to have that.
Yeah.
Good.
Hi, glad to see you. How's Cherry treating you?
Because you're exactly right. It's the nimbleness that they would chop in. And someone's too.
You're off to a slow start, but yeah.
No, it's a break. We just started. Yeah.
I will eventually. I've gone on a couple just day excursions, driving, look around.
That's fun, Brian.
I know. When she told me that, I said, "Are we talking about the same Brian Bowles?"
Yeah.
Valley, I know that. Yeah.
Must mean that you
So-
danced with her, right?
Anyway,
Not as
She
much
made
as
you.
got
she
Right.
she is my neighbor, and our dogs play together every day.
Oh,
so
so great. What
That's
could be
fun.
better
Yeah.
when your dogs are friends?
I know, right?
You guys have to have
Friend,
fun.
yes, he does. How are you? Me too.
Good. Great.
All right, we'll let you know. Thanks, Cindy. Put it in the right place.
Unreal.
All right, had your name there, so I thought, oh, that's the right place for no one was
Other than
around
that,
to ask. So good. No, you're fine. I was the one that played. Line, and in fact, I should have made a point of asking if they had additional questions in this last time. But I know them both, and they would have spoken up if they did. So we will continue. We are ready to hear from Thrive Point Academy. If you'd like to come up, the board, come up and take these seats at the table. Let's begin. We're eager to have a discussion with Thrive Point as well. So, Ms. Stephenson, I think you're going to give us an overview. Go ahead as they're taking their places. Come up here at the end of this table. Yeah, come right up and join us around the circle. Just these endpoints. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Bowles. So we would like to welcome back Thrive Point Academy of Utah. As you can see here from their technical information, really we saw a lot of consistency between their proposal and their application, and that the application was really just a chance for them to elaborate more on some of the points that they brought up in their proposal. We are looking at a 7th through 12th grade blended learning model that's aimed at non-traditional students, located with the brick and mortar within Jordan School District, as well as an online model that would serve students statewide. Their enrollment grows from 400 to 620 and 5 board members. We did note when we met with them in August that Utah does not currently have an alternative designation that's recognized by the federal government. And so that is still the case here today, that even though this school would serve non-traditional students, there is not an alternative designation available in the state of Utah. As we brought up during their proposal, the strengths and the support needs here, we found looking through their application that essentially those same things still existed today. So they're still looking to serve underserved students. They have the successful model operating in other states. They are looking to meet community needs, and there are some very diverse backgrounds with their various board members. Those potential support needs, the vice chair owns the CMO, and then there is that note about the alternative designation. So looking at that, what you would get statement, staff felt that from what we saw in the proposal and then what you are seeing here today with their application, we're pretty confident that it would be the same type of thing. And as we said, it's just an expanded description is what we really got in that application. So Thrive Point Academy would add a blended learning, credit recovery, and graduation focused high school, and that option would be available for non-traditional students. This would be an innovative, student-centered school, and that it's designed as an alternative program unique to our portfolio, but it would lack that support that's available from a federally recognized alternative designation. The school did also prepare an optional presentation. So again, Chair Bowles, is that something? Perfect. I'll get that queued up for them.
Thank you. Joan, while she's queuing that up, maybe how about if you'd each introduce yourselves just briefly, and so we know with whom we are speaking.
My name is Shannon Smith. I'm currently the board president and have been working with Learning Matters for 27 years and working with our schools in Arizona and in California. Oh, thank you. I'd prefer not to have a microphone, but I'll take one.
But thank you. That way everyone can
Yes.
hear. And we have folks who are not in this room who join our meeting. So thank you for doing that. And all you have to do, and I should say that, there's not a button to push on or off. You just pull the mic towards you and that turns on the capacity. All
I would
right.
like to, first have our board introduce themselves and to share with this board that we were quite intentional with our building of our board to add people to our board that would help us to best operate and run a school that would serve students' needs. So I'll go ahead and turn that over first to Alan Anderson.
Thank you, Alan Anderson. I'm a board member for Thrive Point Academy of Utah, and my background is finance and public administration.
Hello, my name is Jamie Duncan Plott, and I am a board member also for Thrive Point. I am a parent and advocate, and yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Sure, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Kylie Pearson. I am here as a representative with Charter School Marketing company called Charter Connect that is contract to work with Thrive Point.
Awesome. Thank you.
I was just going to let you know that 2 of our board members are joining virtually.
Wonderful.
Well, one of them is Dr. Jody Radford is joining virtually, so she can introduce herself that way. And to let you know, one of our board member Stephanie Christensen, she's actually working today to help another school stay in compliance with special education at their school. So,
All right. Others?
Hi, and I'm Jody Radford. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. I apologize for not being there in person, but I am a board member as well, and my my background comes in curriculum instruction and high school administration for the past 25 years. So thank you for having me.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Yes, I am Timothy Smith. I'm with Thrive Point. We're very grateful for this opportunity. We have assembled a great group of folks, including board members and support personnel and professionals in certain fields. And so happy for this opportunity. And we have our other gentleman here.
Hi, my name is Ken Ashton. I'm local legal counsel to Learning Matters, and have just been helping Learning Matters as they've been negotiating this process with Thrive.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm Aaron Ritter, and I'm with Thrive Point as well. Been in education for 23 years and have had the opportunity to work alongside some great folks in this organization for about the past 4.5 years.
I'm Mark Fredrickson. I've been helping Thrive Point with PR and marketing and the partnerships, and have a background in 20 plus years of PR and marketing. And also, side note maybe, I'm a former board member of John Hancock Charter School. I was the parent advocate in some of the early years at John Hancock.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you all for joining us and for your work to come to this point. All right, the presentation, Ms. Stephenson.
My name is Timothy Andrew Smith. I am the CEO of Learning Matters Educational Group, and our school is Thrive Point Academy of Utah. I grew up in a family of educators. My father was a professor, and my mother was a school teacher. And so education has always been an important part of my life. But I had always been interested in going into business. And so I didn't think about going into education when I first went to college until I went on a LDS mission to Korea. And that's when I noticed the value that Asian people place on education and on learning English. And that's what sparked my interest in getting into the education field. A lot of students come to us struggling in traditional school, and they're not enjoying school, they don't like it, and school is a stressful environment for them. But when they come to our school, they're connecting with their teachers, with their coaches, with their fellow classmates, and they not only enjoy learning, but they're able to thrive in our environment. So they reach the point of thriving at our school.
I'm interested in serving on the board of Thrive Point because I really fiercely believe that each human, young, old, all learn differently, and they learn at a different pace and need different accommodations. And whether you're a visual learner or a academic and need to read things, I love the idea of the flexibility in being able to learn and bring in information and marinate in information however that specific person needs. I have worked as an educational consultant for SPEDCO and currently for the state of Utah in special ed compliance, program improvement, and mentoring and coaching special ed directors and their inclusive practices. I've worked with more than 20 charter schools throughout the state of Utah, coaching and mentoring special ed directors in their program improvement plans as well as special ed compliance.
My interest with Thrive Point relates to my education background. I have a finance degree here from the University of Utah, a Minister of Public Administration from Brigham Young University. That's what I think I can bring with my chamber experience, not employ other than that business administration for 4 years, that I can help Thrive Point thrive.
I was approached as one of the board members because of my background in education. I come with experience as a high school principal, a director of education, both from K through 8 in an elementary school and a high school district. And I was asked to be as a board member with my educational background. From my knowledge, I think that as far as forming a board, was trying to find members of a board that have a strong educational background, whether it be business, finance, ed services, and then parent.
So we have our 3 pillars: enrollment, engagement, and achievement. And they all 3 connect. So starting with enrollment, we make sure that we practice customer service with our parents as soon as they walk in through the door and make sure that they are serviced and feel welcomed as soon as they come in through the door. We make sure our enrollment specialist does greet them and assist them right away with enrolling.
We have students that come to us from different high schools. We have students that maybe just given up on a high school diploma because they think that there's nothing out there that works for them. So they come to the campus, we give them a tour of the campus, we explain to them our flexible hours, our personalized model, we let them meet the coaches, the teachers, and we really recognize that these students completely just do a 360 and they are successful and they earn their diploma with us.
We have several families who've come to us. Their child is, with the schools
in our area with thousands of students. And their child is anxious and they're just not thriving in that kind of environment. We have some who, with just so many different transitions in a traditional high school, it's just not meeting their needs. They need more of a solid focus.
I'm Maria Angel, and I am the Director of Engagement. I'm more familiar with engagement because as the Director of Engagement, I connect with our teachers in making sure that they have the tools and resources that they need to be able to service our students and our Talion families as well. From the moment the students come in, making sure that they are attending their student appointments, they have access to the curriculum, and just making sure that they are completing the requirements here at Talion.
They are so unique. This group is just the funniest and most kind kids that I've had the experience of working with. And the kids and the staff here really cares about their kids. And it's nice being with other people who want to help kids grow and succeed. Oh, I love working here because I get to work with so many different types of kids. I feel like a lot of the kids that we get here have been failed by the normal traditional school system, and we get to fill in the gaps here. I especially love that I get to work individually with them to see where they're struggling and where they're really strong at, so I can kind of bridge that weaknesses and match it up with their strength.
When kids come to Tri Point, their coaches work with them to help them determine what their next big step is. If we only helped them get through high school, they would leave with a diploma, which ultimately just becomes a piece of paper that goes in a drawer next to their bed. We want them to have their foot firmly on a path to their next big step, whether that's skilled workforce or military or trade school or college. We're going to help them determine what they're interested in doing after high school. We're going to help them with research and take them on field trips and put them in front of people that can help them get their foot on the path to their next big step.
After high school, I want to go to college, hopefully ASU, for astronomy. I think I'm going to get into welding after I get my diploma because I really like doing hands-on work.
I want to be a surgeon, yeah.
My next big step is get into college, and then get to medical school. So that's my 2 big steps next to do.
I'm really good with cars. Like I could sell cars, I could fix cars, flip them, like all kinds of stuff. I do whatever.
It's really important for us to make community connections for our students. One of the big things that we do is we make sure that we're a good neighbor to them, that we know what their needs are, we know the needs of the community are, and we are able to articulate and communicate to them how the kind of resource that our students are for them as well.
Thank you for that presentation too. Thank you. Now's our time, having read applications, that we want to take some time to ask questions board members may have, so that we can make a good decision today. I do want to recognize we have one additional individual. If you want to introduce yourself, that's Mr. Fredrickson.
Yes, my apologies. My name is Roland Canatol. I work for Creative Back Office, and we provide budgeting and finance support for Thrive Point. Glad to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, good. We should be able to get all of our questions answered among this group here today, representing aspects of the school. So, board members, any questions that you have that you'd like to lead with? Member Spiker, I'm seeing you potentially. Yeah.
Sure. I'll go ahead and just start. Similarly with the last school, just due to my background and my passion points, I'm very passionate about the role of the educator and the teacher. And so, and then the experience for the student. Could you just, I guess, just give me a quick, I'd like to lead out with, just briefly, a snapshot of, let's say, of a ninth grader. a day in the life of a ninth grader at school?
Sure, I'll take that.
Great.
And if anybody wants to chime in, they're welcome to do that as well. So, you know, when our kids come in, I'll use Arizona as an example. They've already worked with their coach to determine kind of what their schedule would look like, right? So, you know, we talk about this personalization and the flexibility. It really does impact when they come to school, and then when they're there, though, it's being intentional about what we do with their time, because we don't have them typically for the a traditional Monday through Friday, 5 days a week, sitting, moving from classroom to classroom. That's not our model. So when kids come in, they've already taken a look at their success plan with their coach, as I mentioned, and then they determine kind of what they need to focus on. So our coaches, one of the things that they do that's pretty great is they facilitate mini lessons, and so they talk to the students about things that would help them. Sometimes they're directly related to academics. Oftentimes it's something that supplements that, or it may be kind of regarding post-secondary opportunities, get them thinking about that. It's designed to be about a 10 to 15 minute small group activity that they work on, and then they will from there, then they kind of go out and they either work independently on their work in the lab, or they interact with each other in different groups. So if we've got, let's say, 5 or 6 kids that are taking Algebra 1, teacher that's there is aware of that. The coaches are aware of that, so they may pod them, put them together, work through kind of an academic session with them, and make sure that they have that support. Depending on how long or how many hours they're there each day, typically 4 hours, let's say, in a morning session, we want to rotate them through. What we don't want is them to come in, just sit in the lab, and click a mouse. That's not what we're doing. We're engaging with them. We're interacting with them. We're getting them to work together, identifying other students that may be kind of having some of the same challenges or in the same classes, and really just kind of getting to know them too. So these kids, when they come in, they learn very quickly that the staff that's there, whether it's the teacher or the coach, they really do care about them and get to know them. And so part of the follow-up too with those students is kind of pulling aside and working with them one-on-one. Hey, let's take a look at your classes. That's great. You're moving forward here. Oh, you're having some challenges here. Let's get a hold of your English teacher. Let's see what we can do to kind of bridge that gap in the meantime. Or, hey, you mentioned to me that you have these things going on outside of school. What can we do to support you to make sure that you're able to attend and you're still engaging in that work? We do have guest speakers that may come in and talk to them, locally, typically from a vocational school, trade school, college, university. It could be a trade association, contractors. You name it. We want them to see that there's life, outside of that small radius that they may be living in, and open opportunities for them to pursue those things. So, in a nutshell, they're working in small groups. They have some independent time, and then they're working with staff one-on-one.
So, I was just curious. Can you speak to how much time does a student how much time, and I know this might vary, but actually with a certified educator?
So if I could just add to what Aaron had already explained to you, we have students who come to our resource center working in a blended learning option, but we also have 100% online students who do not come into any location, and they are able to finish their high school education with us. And so each of our students has a personalized learning plan. So the beginning stage of that personalized learning plan is to review the students' goals, look at their transcript, determine what they would like to do, and how they can get that high school diploma, and then what are their post-secondary options that they would like to pursue. And so you mentioned ninth graders. We do have ninth grade students, and they're successful in attending, whether they're online or in person. And with each of their classes, it has a highly credentialed, highly qualified teacher on the other end of that course. But the majority of our students are either 11th or 12th graders because they are coming to us credit deficient. Many of them are at least 1 or 2 years behind in credits, and so they're not sure what they want to do. So the day in the life for them before they came to us was sitting at home wondering what was going to happen with their future. So we help them identify what their personalized learning plan is going to be, set them up with their teachers for each of the courses that they're taking, but we don't want to overwhelm them by giving them 6 to 8 courses at a time in a semester-based format because they're going to get even further behind than they were already. So we identify 2 classes for each student for 2 6-week classes to help them to have those successes. They're able to knock out that time, and they will spend as much time as they need with that secondary school teacher, whether it's all day long, 8 hours, 12 hours, whatever it needs to be. Many of our students, when it comes time to graduation time, they're spending morning, afternoon, and evening session at our resource centers knocking it out. Or they might only need to spend 2 hours on that one class because they might want to go to Utah Valley University, or they might want to go to SLIC. They might want to go to all these other places because we've mapped them up with a career pathway. We've set up apprenticeships for them. We've set up partnerships, and we're ready to help them, guide them so that if they want to be a welder, let's help them do that. If they want to go to medical school, let's help them do that. But maybe do a few more steps before that so that they gain that confidence so that they know what they can be doing. But we are accredited by Cognia in Arizona. We're accredited by WASC in California. Sorry, there are so many acronyms, they always change. So we're accredited, and we definitely make sure that our highly qualified teachers are interacting with each student, making sure that they're successful. But for us, in addition to that certified teacher, we want to have that coach that is working with them, mentoring them, encouraging them to stick with it. You can do this, whether you're online, whether you're at the center, working in your small groups, whatever you're doing, we want to encourage you to stay engaged and to be working on that student achievement. So we want to make sure that every student is making that adequate progress that they need to be making.
I appreciate that. I think in my head, just really being clear about the difference, like the time that you get with a certified educator that has the skill set and the training and the education versus a coach, which I see, I could just have a high school diploma and now I'm coaching you, being paid $20 an hour on your life. I think it's I did work in a school. My first charter school that I was here in the state of Utah had a very similar model. And again, I'm not familiar, but I found that the quality of our coaches was not as powerful as the school had hoped. And so, and unfortunately, the majority of students were spending a lot of time with coaches and not with a qualified, certified educator that really has an education to be able to provide what you're looking for. And I'm not saying that's the case here. I think it concerns me that somebody with a high school diploma is in such a powerful role with with a student and helping guide them. And I'm not saying that you don't have to have a college degree. I mean, I am a college professor, so I will say I'm a little bit biased for a liberal education. But with that, I just needed that clarification and for me to understand, because I remember that the school I was in, and I didn't feel that the students were receiving the kind of education they should because the coaches didn't have the education or the skills.
So I would love to respond to that if you don't mind, Tim. I don't believe, and I just asked Aaron, that we don't have any coaches that only have a high school diploma. The majority of our coaches have a college degree or they're in an ed program currently and want to become a teacher. That would be our only exception to someone not having their college degree yet, is they're quite a ways, deep into their ed degree. So those are the exceptions. We have, you saw one of our directors of engagement, that's Maria Angel in California. Jason Elliott is our director of engagement in Arizona. They are spend their entire job is coaching the coaches and making sure that our coaches are well trained and well equipped to be able to help our students move through their courses, and knowing that we make sure that they're qualified and get ongoing training. Additionally, they have great relationships with the certified teachers, and they're always in communication with those certified teachers to make sure that those kids they're discussing the needs of the students that they're coaching. It's really just an additional touch point for those students, because a lot of them come from traditional education models where they have 6 teachers. Each of those teachers may be very highly qualified, but has 180 to 200 plus students that they see every single day. I have lots of friends who work in those models. They work their little fingers to the bone trying to reach out and help every student. It's literally impossible. So this is a way for our students to have, I believe, a really quality touch point to help guide them through their courses.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
In addition, we all of our online teachers are working at a resource center, so they don't stay from home. They're working with the students. They're seeing them, either they're online or they can get into their online sessions, or they can go with them on the mini lessons. So they're definitely actively involved with each of our students.
So I know you're targeting in your school primarily students who are maybe credit deficit, or students who don't work in a traditional system very well. But is the school, to clarify, could it be open to students who are not necessarily identified in that way? So additional students, or will your priority is we're just targeting this group who don't work in a traditional setting?
Yeah, the answer to that is yes. We can certainly, and we do, work with all levels of learners and all different students. You know, a definition that Shannon talked to me about this last year, we were talking about, you're talking about alternative students versus like a non-traditional setting or a non-traditional student. And what I love about that is, who are the students? Well, it's any student that, or family that wants a choice, right? They want something different. Okay. And then that's why we're personalized, and that's why we're flexible. And we say every single student that comes through our door, we're going to meet with them, whether that's in person or virtually, and we're going to find out what their needs are, and we're going to, craft their personalized learning plan around that. So yeah, we absolutely do work with a variety of learners.
We have students that go on directly to university after they come to us. We have a lot of students that come to us that want to get through high school quicker so they can't go on to university. So we want to serve any student that wants a non-traditional way of getting through high school. And I will say, from my 27 years in education, I do have a big heart for kids that are the strugglers. And so we make a special effort to take care of them. But any student that comes to us that doesn't want a traditional type high school experience, we are there for them and support them and want them.
Good. I wanted just to make that point because the way we often define, even though there's not a federal definition of Utah of alternative school, we do have a definition, I think, at least when we say an alternative student, what that connotes, at least, right? And so you can, non-traditional doesn't mean always just a struggling, maybe means a student that wants to move through the system more quickly, or those kinds of things. So I just want to expand what might be our thinking of what an alternative student might be. So how, I'm going to go to the marketing part a little bit. How do you identify those students? Especially, in juniors and seniors, if they are credit deficit, it's pretty, we may know who those are. But how do you identify them? How are you connecting with them? 7th grade, not as easy to know that to be true. How do you connect with those students?
Social media. They're all on it. That's pretty much our first way to reach out to those students is through social media directly, but then we have a variety of other ways we reach out to students, and maybe I'll let somebody else take a turn with that. Yes.
I can speak to this a little bit. So I'm Kylie Pearson. I'm with a company called Charter Connect that is contract to work with Thrive Point. We are a company that solely works with charter schools across the nation. We've worked with over 100 charter schools in the country. We've spent millions of dollars in advertisements and finding the best practices for charter schools. We've ran A/B experiments to figure out which avenues work to find students for schools and what things don't work. We have a team of marketers that are using Google and Facebook best practices to help schools with enrollment. Our purpose as digital marketers for charter schools is to boost enrollment, is to find those students and bring them to, we can't make them, apply for a school, but to bring them every option of advertisement for those and for our schools. And so we have found the best ways, the best audience engagement, and how to find those parents that are looking for different options for their students.
So I'm a non-traditional student. So let me give you your elevator speech to say, this is why you should come to our school.
Okay. If we have a student sitting in front of us that's talking about that, my first question to them is going to be, well, what is it that you're looking for? What do you want to get out of this? And so you kind of bring, I want to bring them in. I want them to know that when they come to us, they're going to be part of that process. It's not just lip service, right? So knowing, hey, Johnny wants to be a welder. Okay, great. Well, you know what? We've actually got relationships with 4 different trade schools here within 10 minutes of the school. Like, how would you like to go visit one of those after you enroll? And we'll talk to them about that. We bring the coach in as part of that, because as Shannon mentioned, that's another touch point, and that is a differentiator. The way I like to frame that is to the coaches is, if you're working with 50 kids at any given time on your roster as a coach, that's 10 touch points a day. All right. I was a classroom teacher too, and I had 180, 200 kids, and I knew most of their names, by the end of the first month, but I couldn't connect with all of them. They can connect with them. So come to our school. We're going to identify what your goal is. If your goal is simply to recover credits and go back and walk across the stage with your friends at your local high school, okay. We're not in this game to, steal enrollments, right? Or it's not the numbers game for us. It's about helping kids. So if you want to come to a place that is going to help you identify what your needs are and get you down that path so you can graduate and then pursue that next step, you're not just sitting there twiddling your thumbs after high school, then we're going to be a great fit.
Thank you.
That was the elevator speech, but I want to also let you know that we work very hard in both Arizona and California to make connections with the local high schools. So we go visit the counselors every month and develop that rapport so that when they have students that they cannot reach and are struggling to get through, they refer them to us. So we have a lot of referrals. I would say over 50, probably more than that, % of our kids are referred to us.
Right. In fact, I was going to say that because I didn't say that in the application as your potential market are those who are not on track for graduation. So students, that percentage that local district around you or charters may be graduating, but there's another 20%, 15-20% of students who could have graduated that can become that potential market. Some of your argument, just so you know, this is not, you were talking about Jordan District's increase of taxes, and they've had to increase taxes over time, take care of the number of students. Well, this is a unique group that may not even be included in that. And when you learn Utah's unique equalized funding, you'll find that Jordan District didn't get 1 cent more by increasing taxes. It's just who the money came from, because how we equalize funding. It didn't mean that district received additional dollars. They did not. So just as you learn Utah's school funding formulas, which is unique in the nation, and how we equalize, it's not that you are So if I were making your elevator speech, it's not, in addition to what Mr. Ritter said, it's not just that we're helping keep costs down, because you're not really. You're spending money for kids who might not be taking advantage of schools in other ways, right? Okay.
Can I just add one more thing to that? Because if it wasn't articulated in the application, I just want to say that part of our model, our heads of school and our school counselors, it's an absolute expectation that they're out there building those relationships with the local schools. And, you know, I'll use one school in Arizona as an example, one of our centers. It took about 3 years for them to break through, but they were tenacious in it, and that head of school just kept going and going and going, and he's got a pipeline now, and that's a huge resource.
Well, we want to be your partner, so I'm just giving you that as an idea, but you already have that idea. I'm just reminding you to, if you're approved, to implement that in Utah as well. So I had another thought. If somebody else has another question, I'll pause for a minute while I remember what it was. I'm old, my brain.
Chair, I do have my hand raised.
Thank you, please.
I will try to be smart and lower this. I apologize for my absence. I have a very bad headache today. So I hope I'm coherent when I ask my questions. So the application, even though it's been clearly articulated that the alternative designation wouldn't technically apply, how does the board envision that working in practice then contractually, or when it butts up against potential turnaround, or if graduation rate doesn't turn out to be as high as you plan, or test scores, et cetera? How do you envision that working in real life if you don't have any support or safety net of an alternative designation? That's question number one. And question number two is, you have approximately 500 students. In my experience, that's a little high for Jordan School District high school option, but nonetheless, you already spoke to the recruitment plan, but you mentioned that some students would be online only. So is that statewide online, or would you truly stick to Jordan School District boundaries?
That's a great question. We would definitely be seeking to enroll any student who is looking for a fully remote option statewide as well, to help reach those numbers. And then the other.
So to address the first part of the question, you know, certainly we have a great team of educators that are looked at all different indicators of success for our school. Certainly, I think Dr. Amy and Dr. Jody would probably want to speak to that. I think one of the indicators that we have is what is called an on track to graduate, or a 1-year graduation rate indicator. Jody, would you like to explain that a little bit more for everyone? She's not there. Well, so the idea is the students who are coming to us are at least 1 or 2 years credit deficient, but we are able to demonstrate over the time with us the credits earned, the amount of rate of growth that they would have exceeds 1 year during that 1 year's time. And we've been able to demonstrate that successfully. As you all know, we do have the alternative designation in Arizona, and we are an alt-ed school there. We have high indicators in the 3 different buckets, but we could certainly demonstrate success of attaining success in those 3 different indicators, even without that designation, just to come before the board to share the successes that we would be having with students that are earning the number of credits that they're earning, number of students that are on track to graduate, number of students that are having success with their career and college readiness indicators, and there are a variety of those. Go acceptance into community college, acceptance into taking the FAFSA, acceptance in the military, all these other non-regular indicators that show students having success in that next big step. We want to celebrate that, and we're more than happy to come before the board every month or every week, or however you'd like us to share that good news with you all.
Thank you. Thank you for that response.
But Dr. Amy has a wealth of information. She's a national expert on the field, and she's smiling right now as well.
Because I was going to say thank you for that response, and for Member Cisneros for asking the question. But back here, someone was going to wanted to respond as well. Dr. Amy?
So that's my hand that was up.
Yeah.
And if you feel that the response has been adequate, I'll take less time, because Thank you, Dr. Tim, for saying, yeah, I have spent at least the last 10 years of my career working specifically with alternative accountability. And one of my colleagues that presented with me at the Alternative Accountability Policy Forum was Kathleen Chronister, who's at Davis School District. And she is very active and actually president of the National Alternative Education Association.
And I hired
And
Kathleen, so.
okay.
What you were doing.
So she had worked, and I'm real curious to learn about what has happened in Utah, because she worked hard to get a different letter grade designation for her school and the other schools that are alternative education campuses in Utah. I will be happy to work with the board here at Thrive Point, Utah, because that's exactly what we did in Arizona. And it took like several years, but we have this very appropriate alternative school accountability framework for the alternative schools. And I know California has one also, and Nevada has one. So we are eager to collaborate with people and reinstate whatever is not currently in place in Utah, but then also work within the Utah setting and environment to show that we are indeed accountable and doing what is good for young people.
Thank you so much. I know that's not something within your control, but that if you were approved, that makes you a player in helping to solve that. So thank you so much. Other board members may have other questions. I have just one more because it was one that I as I looked at it, having been for many years a superintendent who hired Kathleen at that time, and a school principal, and we are a people-intensive business. The majority of the money we spend is on people. We're having to that's where our money goes. I was also a classroom teacher who taught 200 plus students, and to read 200 English papers was a lot. I understand that. Your teacher-student ratio, you're thinking would be about what?
Yeah, just to clarify, throughout the 50 to 1, that's for our coaches when they're working with kids. Teachers, it's going to be lower than that, than 150. You're looking probably more likely like about 100 kids, depending on which courses they're taking.
All right. So knowing that, so that would mean if you had 500 students, you'd have 5 licensed teachers in that building. And then there were an additional, I think on your application, it showed an additional 38 folks in an administrative support kinds of roles. Are you feeling comfortable financially that you can meet all of those obligations in that list?
Well, I just want to say a few things, and then I'll defer to these two finance folks. As we grow, the economy scale makes it a little easier, but certainly Alan and Rowan will be ready to address that.
So I told you what my education was, so if I can preface your question with a little bit of background. My wife and I, we were on an initiating committee for a charter school that started about 20 years ago. All my kids have gone through that program. I installed the whiteboards and the pencil sharpeners and all that fun stuff. I also served as a business administrator for 2 charter schools prior to the job I'm in now. One was in Erda, and another one we opened in Harriman about 6 years ago. So I'm very familiar with the financing, and there's some guidelines that I have used in those experiences where typically like your facility cost is about 10%, 11%, kind of in that range. You want to have your payroll between 50 and 60% of your revenue, and the balance of that is education of what's left over. So as Thrive Point launches, and as Thrive Point sets the groundwork at this initiating stage, you know, those are kind of some parameters that we would play with. I do feel, after looking at the budget, that it is very achievable to maintain the student ratio and to have the appropriateness, and we can grow and condense as the student population, like a lot of charter schools do.
Okay. Just knowing, because those coaches are important in your plan, to have that along with the certified teachers and those coaches, other support folks were important in your plan. So if you can afford to have them, that kind of the plan doesn't work, right? So I asked that question. Let me ask the board, any additional questions from anyone on the board? Member Olson.
Thanks, Chair. I've got a few questions for you, governance questions and procurement questions. And starting with the governance question, and I know we're limited on time, so I'll try to keep this quick, and I hope you can as well. I'm always a little bit concerned when I read an application and it shows that a charter school management company has already been pre-selected by the school. That always concerns me a bit. But before I get into the procurement side of that, I'm interested in having someone speak to the governance side of it, where the application is not super clear about any sort of division of decision-making responsibilities among the board, the principal or leader of the school, and the management company. Can someone speak to that?
The governing board is the decision-making body of the group, and so the governing board will be approving the budget, improving the policies, setting policy, and the school leader will be working to implement those policies, and the management company's role is only to advise the school leader and to assist, but certainly act on the board at the board's direction. The board will be completely in control of all aspects of the school operation, and the role of the management company is only to be there as a support of the nonprofit board.
And what's the how many board members are
So
are
there are
going to be
currently
affiliated with
five.
the management company?
There's currently 5, and there's 2 people from the management company on the board. We intend to add more board members, and in working with consultants, we will, and I believe our bylaws state that we would never have, we would always have a majority of people not on the management company. And I will tell you too, we have Mr. Ken Ashton, he's counsel here to also answer any questions. We will be applying for a 501c3 status if we were to hopefully be approved to start Thrive Point, and that law is pretty clear in division between making sure, and Ken can help explain this better, but making sure that there is no conflicts, and we go through a very clear process before the board would actually go into a vote to engage with Learning Matters, to review other, the lawyer works with one of the board members that's not a Learning Matters person to go out and procure bids from other potential providers. The board then will discuss those, review those, having not having those discussions with any of the Learning Matters board members at the time, working with both Mr. Ashton, and also Thrive Point has its own lawyer, Mr. Jorgensen. I think he joined by phone. Perhaps I can't see any list that shows if he was able to, but I know he intended to be on the call. So they both would have separate legal counsel to go through that bidding process. And I'm going to let Mr. Ashton speak to it. Snell and Wilmers are attorneys that we've worked with for 27 years. They're in Arizona, California, and here.
Yeah, so like I mentioned, we Snell Will represents Learning Matters, and as she said, Thrive has its own nonprofit. But I guess looking from the outside in, uh, Mrs. Smith described the governance process that you know, not only the federal the exempt status level where you have to have a formal conflict of interest policy to get exempt status, we would also need it under Utah's act under 4093, and those two conflict of interest policies are very similar, and so that would need to be, you know, again, I'm not the nonprofit lawyer here, but that would need to be in place for not only under the act, but also under the federal law as well.
Thanks. This is spilling over into the procurement question that I have, so maybe I'll go ahead and ask that, and you can continue explaining from there. So, so I read in the application, this is on page 67, that the school has budgeted $2,400 per student to be paid to Learning Matters as a combination of both the management services to be provided and for Learning Matters to be the curriculum and technology provider. And I see the as Appendix F the services agreement that's been prepared, I assume, by you, Mr. Ashton. That doesn't speak to the amount, and it also doesn't speak to the curriculum and technology services that are to be provided. And so as I dug a little deeper into the application, and this is on page 75, it makes reference to this license agreement. And I'm trying to understand what this license agreement is going to entail, where Learning Matters isn't providing the curriculum. It sounds like the curriculum that's been selected is this school's PLP curriculum. So can someone just explain what is this license agreement? What's it going to look like? And how does that tie to something that you're not already getting by contracting directly with whoever's providing this curriculum? I assume it's school's PLP, but it seems to say back on page 67 that the school does not plan to pay other vendors or education service providers for services for the students. So I'm hopefully someone can help explain that to me. And lastly, just explain how the school intends to comply with state procurement policies in these areas.
Well, first off, we would be sure to follow all procurement requirements, both in the state of Utah and federally. But with regard to curriculum and licensing of technology, Learning Matters has intellectual property, and that includes some of the management services they provide, but also the additional services that are supplementing whatever is provided in Schools PLP. Schools PLP is a portal, but within that portal, there are specific proprietary courses, such as the VIBE course that was developed by Learning Matters and some of the other modifications that we've made to the Schools PLP. In addition to that, there are some specific modifications that we've made with regard to Edmentum or ExactPath. A lot of times these third-party curricula are designed for brick and mortar elementary schools. They're not designed for the type of program that Learning Matters works with ThrivePoint in providing. All of the specific types of things in terms of modifications for helping the students to be successful, identifying career education opportunities, all the specific training that our coaches and teachers are providing, that is given to them by Learning Matters leadership and staff. So when you talk about curriculum and technology, there is some of that is being brought in by third-party groups, but there's significant amount of modifications that need to be made. We're working on a program called Trainual with some of our Learning Matters leadership staff. We just had a retreat with our Learning Matters team talking about how can we help further address some of these issues that we're having when you have a benchmark assessment that isn't designed specifically for our student population. So there's several different items within that licensing and technology agreement that are specific to ThrivePoint and the ThrivePoint brand and the ThrivePoint intellectual property that we provide, which is unique to something you would get from a school's PLP for someone else like that. And I hope that addresses some of it, but we certainly can.
Yeah, it addresses some of it for sure. The application still seems a little bit thin on explaining then what the curriculum is, because it identifies the curriculum as school's PLP, but from what you're saying, that's not the school's curriculum. That's simply a portal, and the curriculum itself is something that's been developed independently by the management company, but it doesn't explain what that curriculum is. That concerns me a little bit.
So as I mentioned, the Vibe course, there is a description of that course, and the whole purpose of the Vibe course is when a student first comes in, they're trying to help them figure out what are your future plans, what is your learning style, what are your career goals, where do you see yourself in the future. So that is a specific capstone course that we have developed specifically with Learning Matters. Is there some curriculum from the school's PLP that we use from Bright Thinker or from eDynamic Learning for some of those other folks? Yes, there is some of that, but there is a combination of proprietary courses that Learning Matters has developed, and along with some of these other courses that are being used that are standards aligned and things like that. So it's a combination of efforts, if that helps.
I'm sorry, Chair, just one last question then. Back to the license agreement.
Yeah.
Since we haven't had a chance to see that, can you give us some idea of what that license agreement looks like and how the costs, the $2,400, whatever that amount was, how that's allocated between the services agreement and the licensing agreement?
I'm going to defer to our accounting folks to talk about how that works. Do you know the specific cost within that 2,400? What percent is services? Which percent is licensing?
I don't have that information. I'm sorry, I don't have that information offhand, but I can find that for you.
Yeah, so I think the idea.
I want to add too,
Yeah.
just to go back to the platform. Many of those courses have been modified, and Dr. Amy, Dr. Jody, several other Learning Matters employees who are curriculum specialists work directly with staff at different schools to understand needs and go back and do those changes within that, learning management system, if you will. I will also say being limited to 100 pages was difficult in being able to put in everything that I think you would have liked to have seen. So I will tell you, we tried to make choices in what we could include in 100 pages. So we can get it to you later if you would like to see it.
Any additional, Mr. Olson? Any additional questions from our board? Then we'll say thank you, Thrive Point, for your passion, for taking the time to go through our process, and for being with us today. We appreciate your time with us today as well, and we'll be making some decisions following this. Thank you so much. All right, board. Our next.
I have a quick note.
Oh, yeah.
Can I just speak up a second? I just wanted to note that I have to drop off this call for about an hour and a half. I will be back as soon as I can.
Thank you, Member Smith.
Okay, bye-bye.
You're letting Cindy know, because then we will have. And Member Cisneros, you're still available?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, good. Because I want to make sure we have our board quorum as we vote, and that we're able to do that. Thank you. All right. So we are now at the place in our discussion that we vote to approve or deny. We've heard two presentations of schools we've asked to come back and present to us, both Virtual Horizons Charter and Thrive Point Academy, Utah, and we are now at the point where we can begin a discussion, entertain motions, make decisions relative to moving those applications into the next steps as described by Ms. Stephenson earlier today. So I turn it to you, board, for any discussion or motions.
Chair, can I just ask that Vice Chair Phillips come back in the room?
She is coming back in the room. We've already.
Okay, just making sure. Thanks.
Yeah. As soon as she comes up the stairs, she's just been downstairs. So, yep, there we go.
Thank you. Thank you so much for waiting. I saw it sooner than later.
No, you saw it right away.
Okay.
Yeah. We're just at that point, ready to have discussion. All right, so I'll open that for any discussion, questions any board members have, or if you're ready to make motions.
Could I just say that if we're going to take a vote or discuss one school, I'll recuse myself for a minute.
Okay.
If we're going to discuss the other school, I'll stay.
And I think that's Member Bassett will do the same as far as discussion and voting. So do you want to, should we just start with, we heard from Virtual Horizons first. Would you like to start there? Yes. All right, so let's begin there. Any discussion relative to Virtual Horizons?
Chair, may I? I know you can't see my raised hand, so I apologize for just jumping in.
Thank you for just speaking up, Member Cisneros.
I love the idea of the innovation with Virtual Horizons. I love that they took our feedback and untangled some also innovative ideas, but maybe not in the most productive manner for public education. I like the forward thinking. I like that they're willing to be transparent and just address head on and direct conflicts. I have some reservations, so I keep thinking, does it make sense to have this be a full school? And then I think, yeah, it might make sense to be a lab school, kind of like Edith Bowen is a lab school. So it might be really interesting to have that as an option. And I think I heard them saying that with data collection and data sharing. I also wonder if it makes more sense in the Utah Fits All Scholarship, but then I keep going, well, is that our direction? So instead, I think if the vote goes, I would just like to have very strong conversations, and maybe it's a committee's job to do this, but very strong guardrails in the agreement to ensure that the things that we still have reservations and concerns are addressed contractually, and that the interests of Utah as a public entity are protected over the school's interests.
Thank you, Member Cisneros. Thank you. Additional discussion. Vice Chair Phillips, you have? Yeah.
I do. So I continue to be concerned about the conflict of interest. I too love the, love the idea. I want a virtual reality school in Utah. Let me just put that there out. I want that in our portfolio. I'm concerned about a couple different things. One is what happens to the kids when they're not in virtual reality. I don't think the application showed a really strong online program that the kids, which is going to constitute most of the day. And if you think about it too, we do have a lot of schools that have a component of virtual simulation in programs that they have at the school, whether that be in science or whether that be in some other things. And so we have to think, what is the value of this beyond that, given where the technology is right now? If I'm being perfectly honest, these are the things that I would love to see, and maybe this means asking the school to come back in a year. Maybe not. I saw a frown from what I love about Member Spiker is that her face shows it all. But I'd love to see a different board that has no connection with vendors whatsoever, or businesses even associated with the services that'll be needed for the school, to come back. I'd love to see technology that's more developed and maybe even a little data. The pilot study in the application is pretty, pretty specific and sort of not compelling. The data from that particular sample. I'd love to see the other teaching that's not virtual reality fleshed out. But I do think this is a school model that we will approve. I think that is whether today or at another time. I do think that we're a group that is suggested that we want to do stuff for innovation, but we do have to ask at this point, is this school ready? Is this plan ready? Is the technology ready? Is are the details in the application compelling enough? And does it bring added value beyond the virtual reality simulations that are parts of programs that we already have in schools? So anyway, I just throw those out. I came today not knowing what my vote will be, and I'm open to members' thoughts on it.
Additional thoughts? As folks are looking deep
Can
in
I
thought.
can I respond to Vice
Yes,
Chair Phillips?
please.
I don't share the same concerns of having initial founding board members with the disclosed conflicts. I especially appreciate that they brought a lawyer on their board to referee them because as they spoke to, and it really did assuage any concerns I had, because the expertise and the contacts and the knowledge in that founding space is so critical. I think once they transition into a governing board, that's when it becomes a little more, probably we would have a little bit of concern at that point. But I think they could have a good transition plan. I think that we could have all of those concerns that Vice Chair Phillips has addressed. I think those could all be worked out in the pre-operational. Maybe they have a longer on-ramp than what we traditionally have. But I also think that this new position of the innovative specialist that staff is bringing on could really be that person to help this school. And we're always talking about Utah leading the way and Utah being at the forefront. And so we've been so risk averse for so many years, understandably so, but I almost am inclined to take the chance so that we are leading the way and that we're putting our money where our mouth is when we talk about innovation. But again, just with some clear contractual guardrails so that all parties are speaking the same language and have very clear, transparent expectations. Because to quote the state superintendent, innovation can never be an excuse for a lack of compliance or school safety for students. So I'm not suggesting skirting the law. I'm just suggesting clear and transparent contractual agreement.
Thank you. Thanks. Additional discussion for anyone? I'll add this little piece. I don't always talk when we get to these places of voting, but I will tell you that if we talk about we'd like innovative schools, that we want innovative schools, but if we always deny innovative schools, our actions speak louder than our words. And we are saying we don't really want to, and we don't expect anyone to bring applications to us. That said, I also share that notion that Vice Chair Phillips has about the board and making sure that it can to be innovative, you also have to be nimble. And you can't be connected and strongly connected to only one source. So you have to be able to change. And this school would have to be able to do that. They'd have to say, this is not working, this is working, we retain these pieces, we have to make other changes, we're going to have to see how this technology pulls together, is this the right curriculum? And they have to be able to be very nimble. And so I'm kind of thinking if I vote yes for this school, which I am inclined to do, it is a qualified yes. And that qualified yes is, I believe that they need an expanded board with more balance outside of any connection to any company, though I appreciate the expertise of those who are there to help to think about how the school might start. Those are my thoughts.
To begin, that was a big face. I apologize, Vice Chair. It was more so because I was thinking about a whole nother year, and for something that is innovative and built upon technology that changed so quickly, that's just my concern of that. I agree with what I've heard about board, just the diversity and representation on the board and the interests that are there. And also too, about fleshing out what does this what does this asynchronous or sorry, the synchronous time actually look like? Because I think there's some ambiguity there. So that's all. I think I wonder, and I'll just put this out. I think we potentially have done this in the past. If the board makeup is a concern for us, is this something that we could request a visit back in 3 months? We could vote yes, and I don't know if that's an option.
So the opinions of my board members mean a lot to me in the way that you're thinking about how this is innovative, what some of the barriers might be to the school's success, or concerns we might have about that may or may not be able to be resolved. I mean, I think because I love the idea of those who are on the board that may have conflicts of interest, actually appreciative of the expertise and the research they've done and what they've offered to the school in startup, because you do get people who are passionate about a certain idea, and we are a free market. There's nothing wrong with people benefiting from that, right? But I'd like them to kind of stay in their lane, right, and be that really great vendor if that's what they're going to be, and if that's what the board chooses, and continue to develop that and so on. So for me, if I vote for this school, if I vote for a motion, it would have to have in the motion that those conflicted members, because again, it's not simply one little part of the model; it's a web of the model. Because if you're just, bringing books that you want the school to buy, you could step off for that and let the other 4 do it. But this is a web of conflict, so it would have to be contingent on those board members leaving the board at that time, resigning, and still, if it's appropriate, staying affiliated with the school in the way that an independent board votes them to be affiliated. So I could see clear to doing that, and I think that protects the school that we would authorize, and it also protects those vendors to do what they want to do for the school without worrying about looking over their shoulder if that's what the board wants them, if that's what their school board wants them to do.
Member Olson.
Yeah, I just want to mention that, and I appreciate those comments, Vice Chair Phillips. The conflict that we're talking about with this particular board is not an actual conflict at all. It is that there are 2 board members, if I understood correctly, 2 board members who work for a potential vendor who would be able to compete with other vendors because they don't have a corner on the market for these particular services. Now that is a little different from the next school, but I'm going to save my comments for later. But I don't see a need for 2 board members to drop off the board for the possibility that the company they're affiliated with might bid together with other competitive bids for these services. So I agree with you that those services seem to be pervasive and that it goes to the whole model of the school, these VR services or products. But I don't know that we necessarily need to micromanage how the board is going to function. We just need to make sure that in approving the school, we demand that they comply with state policies and how they conduct their votes and so on. I just don't see that as a conflict that we need to preempt somehow or prejudge before we get to it. That's my take, at least.
Yeah, potentially, and I think they're already in the mode of wanting to expand their board, but our recommendation could be to do that, to add some diverse voices to that. Additional comments relative to Virtual Horizons? Anyone? Are you ready for a motion? Someone attempt? Member Spiker.
I'd like to make a motion, Chair.
Member,
sorry. Go ahead, Member Spiker.
No, Member Cisneros, you go ahead.
Take it from the
You spoke first.
I'm going to make a motion and hope that will be continued discussion because it's going to be really simple. I'd like to make a motion that we approve Virtual Horizons Charter School.
All right, there's a motion on the table to approve Virtual Horizons Charter
Second.
School, and a second from Member Spiker, initial motion from Member Cisneros. Additional discussion. Vice Chair Phillips.
I appreciate what Member Olson said. I think that unlike a potential contract with a management company who may provide certain services that that we've approved in the past, as we did in the fall with a school, that this is a little more intricate and proprietary to a web of conflicts of interest. But with the caveat that I think this board should not only expand but resolve those conflicts as soon as possible, I'm inclined to approve for the sake of innovation. I do think that one of the things this board has demonstrated itself to be willing to do, though, as we have with many of our schools who have been on warning or probation in the last couple of years, is we've been very willing to look at financial conflicts of interest as a real problem for a school. And we have made sure that those are resolved in ways that we feel are appropriate for the spending of state money. And I remind Virtual Horizons and any other school listening that it's because of our bilateral contract with schools that they are authorized to receive and spend public monies. And so we have and it's one of the few places where we are charged by the state to be very prescriptive and have a very important monitoring and supervisory role. And I think that's appropriate because it's because of our authorization that these schools have the money and have the opportunity to spend. So I would just say, that's something that any school that we authorize or that has been authorized by us should be aware of, that we expect those state monies to be spent and the decisions about them to be made in very, very non-conflicted ways. So I would love to see the school respond to that concern, that, but I am excited about, and have always been, about the idea of having cutting-edge technology used to educate students in ways that improve outcomes. So I'd probably be inclined with that warning, as it were, to approve if my board members are so inclined.
All right. Any additional discussion? I think we're ready for a vote. Not seeing any.
I'm sorry, Chair. Can I make one more comment to my own motion?
You
Sorry.
may.
I would also like to just add to Vice Chair Phillips. I guess this is more as a warning, not as a warning to the school. It's an ask to the school and an ask to the innovation staff member to be determined that, under the new law, it's a provisional charter for 3 years. And the board, the Virtual Horizons board, said multiple times that they wanted to collect data, that they wanted to share out data, that they wanted to really have a platform to make informed decisions about this as an innovative idea. And I would ask them sincerely that if at the end of the 3 years, the data reveals that this is not what they think it could be or has the potential to be, that I would hope that they would, as we've seen some other boards in the past, although limited, that they would make hard decisions about what to do with their charter, as opposed to us having to come in and do warning and probation and have to do heavy-handed oversight, but instead that they would take a hard look at their data and make some solid decisions about what innovative means and that's part of the process. And I hope that would be part of their conversation moving forward if the board approves them.
Thank you so much. Additional discussion?
I have one more.
Vice Chair Phillips.
To Member Cisneros' point, I just wanted to remind that Virtual Horizons and other stakeholders listening that one of our strategic plan directives to our staff has been to create systems and agreements among charters where a program becomes successful, but perhaps not a school, or where other kinds of creative articulation agreements or mergers are appropriate. And so to Member Cisneros' point, if the school does have data or we see data during that 3-year period, or from that point on even, that would suggest that the idea is wonderful and could be utilized in a different way from just a standalone school, that this board stands ready to be innovative in creating ways for great ideas to find homes in other ways than just a kind of a single authorized school. So I appreciate that comment from Member Cisneros, and just wanted to make sure that people are aware that that's actually one of our strategic goals.
Absolutely. Thank you. And Member Cisneros reminds us we're in this new mode. We have to keep reminding ourselves of a 3-year period of time where we're working together towards success, and then we make a decision, a final decision at the end of those 3 years. So we have that. I'm not seeing additional discussion unless I'm wrong. Member Cisneros, we're gonna do a roll call vote, and the motion is to approve Virtual Horizon Charter School. And Member Cisneros, I'm gonna call on you first.
Yes.
Yes. Member Bassett is recusing herself from this vote. Member Spiker.
Yes.
Member Olson.
Yes.
Member Phillips.
Yes.
And I will vote yes as well. So congratulations. We're in a partnership together. So I hope you like this side of your marriage. We're all going to work together.
Thank you so much.
We're on a journey to try to do good things for kids. Thanks. All right. Congratulations. Yeah.
Now that the discussion is
Yeah.
over.
Stay. Stay. We do the same thing with.
I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. All right. So let's talk about Thrive Point Academy. That's our next consideration. So any questions or initial discussion anyone would like to have?
I'll start, Chair.
Member Olson, please.
So just a few comments. I love the model of the school. I love what they're trying to accomplish. I think it's great. The concerns that I have really are amplified by what Vice Chair Phillips said a few minutes ago, as we had this discussion of conflicts of interest. The conflicts that I see with this school go well beyond just simply having a management company that's already been pre-selected. And it's clear in the application it's been pre-selected. It says we will use this management company. What makes this trickier than the normal management company scenario is this license agreement that the management company is also the curriculum provider, and that they've already selected as a school that they're going to use this school to provide all the curriculum. Now they picked, as it says in the application, it says that they've selected the school's PLP curriculum, but it was just explained that that's not the curriculum they've picked. That's just simply a portal. The curriculum is all being driven by and developed by this IP, this intellectual property, the management company. And so in these circumstances, the school is so entangled already with the management company / curriculum provider. They're on the board. The decision's already been made. That I struggle to see how we can even put in place the guardrails, the transparency that Member Cisneros talked about in our discussion of the last school, because I can't see how there's going to be any competitive process in selecting a management company when you're already beholden to a management company that is your chosen provider of your curriculum. So anyway, I have those concerns. They haven't been resolved, and I'm not really sure how to resolve them, but I just wanted to lay that out there.
Thank you. Additional comments? Please. Member
Chair,
Bassett.
may I?
Yes,
Chair.
Member Bassett first, and then Member Cisneros right after.
So I just want to share some of my thoughts. One, I too value that the goal, the credit recovery, the response to that population, that both intrigues and excites me, and I see the necessity of it. Actually, the vision of Thrive Point is very in line with my just personal philosophy and beliefs and the daily work that I do. After delving in, and I was not part of our August meeting, so I went back and revisited and listened and delved into the application as well on my own. And some of my concerns were addressed in questions that were asked today. Some of them, much like Member Olson, they stay. And in part, it is that management company relationship and just the entanglement that is starting out that way. So I'll share that out loud, and I'm here to still listen to other members' voices. I'm eager to hear your thoughts as well.
Thank you. Member Cisneros.
Thank you. And not to speak out of both sides of my mouth, so I apologize in advance if it comes across that way. I value the transparency and the directness and the disclosure, and I feel like that has occurred. I don't feel like Thrive Point is trying to be anything but what they're presenting. I feel like this is in line with Utah Connections Academy, Utah Virtual Academy, Athlos Academy, Leadership Academy of Utah. I could go on. We have numerous where we're approving a model, we're approving a company, we're approving a method, and all of that is already, we're buying the whole package as opposed to the package being created from the ground up piece by piece. And so I don't have the same reservations because I think they've been very transparent about what they are and what they intend to be, and that's more what I appreciate. My concern is I think they are I don't think the application was clear that they want to be statewide online. I think the application limited themselves to Jordan, so we would need to tackle that after approval if approved. I think their numbers, if they don't go statewide, are very ambitious. And I also believe that Jordan School District does a fairly decent job with credit recovery, with students needing traditional options within their boundaries. And so I think they're going to have a robust recruitment and have to have very clear ideas about who they are, different from the options that are already out there. So I feel like there's some room for that, but I don't think that they're insurmountable to say no.
Thank you. Thank you. Additional discussion from board members? Knowing that Vice Chair Phillips is asked to recuse herself from this, so she's not commenting, at least out loud. We know her well enough to know she is inside. Are we ready for a motion? Yes, please.
Member Cisneros, you can hear us. I appreciate your comments. It's very helpful. Can I just ask you to elaborate a little bit on your comment about how it's not out of the ordinary for us to approve, I think as you described it, a package sort of deal where we're buying something that's already fully developed and approving that. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but your comments are insightful. I'd love to hear you just explain a little bit how we can navigate through approving a school that already has a pre-designed package through a management company that includes even the pre-design of the curriculum. How we can approve that without running afoul of procurement policies and things like that.
Well, it's been a really curious question for years for me. As you know, on staff, we ran into this regularly. I think there's been examples that have been problematic, and one school in particular would be used as an example post in trainings to say don't end up on the front page of the Salt Lake Tribune like school X because of a procurement issue. But then we've had other schools that I think Utah Virtual Academy comes to mind as a very successful example of where that board started, like Utah Virtual Academy, had to use proprietary software, had to use proprietary curriculum. The director was an employee of the management company. they were able to make it work under Utah law, and then 5 years in, they actually rewrote and broke their didn't break. They exercised an option and ended up forming a different relationship with a local management company, and they functioned very well as an independent board. So I think we have examples on both sides of where independent local boards have been able to enter into basically a boxed school and have been able to do that without violating procurement. And then we've had other ones who have become the story of please don't do this because you will find yourself on the front page of the newspaper. I think in reading, and I'm working from memory, I don't have it in front of me, so I apologize if I quote these things wrong, but I think that Utah's law for procurement actually allows both in procurement law, administrative rule, and then USBE rule, because I'm thinking procurement rule in my, so I'm thinking procurement code, procurement rule, USBE rule for how boards operate when there is a perceived conflict. I believe that between those three plus as the board for the school stated with the 501c3 agreements, there's pretty good guardrails for how to operate. I think the question for this board is, can they get enough local representation on their board in order to ensure that they maintain a quorum if people have to recuse themselves? And would they be able to operate independently enough? I don't think the issue comes in with buying the box. I don't think that's the issue because we've seen it work successfully. I can think of 5 right off the top of my head that are successful, and our box is just the one school gives me a little bit of pause because they did end up on the front page of the newspaper. But that was for facility procurement issues, not for the entering into the agreement with the national company. And I remember, Olson, did that answer your question or did I just rant?
No, it did. It was very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Additional questions, discussion? Are we ready for a motion? Seeing faces ponder. I suspect Member Cisneros is doing the same.
I'll just start.
Member Spiker, thank you.
Okay.
That'll help us move forward.
Okay. I have so appreciated this conversation, and I think that the challenges posed are unique in terms of numbers, the geographic area, in terms of the reach, and also the programs that currently in schools that currently exist in our state to meet these needs of our students. I also do have concerns, as I mentioned, with the model in general. I feel that, yes, while it is beneficial, I will always and forever be an incredible advocate for certified teachers doing the majority of the work with our students. And so with that, I am going to make a motion to not move forward with Thrive Point's application.
All right. A motion from Member Spiker motion is not to approve Thrive Point Academy. Second to that motion.
I will second that motion.
And a second from Member Bassett. Any discussion about that motion? Not seeing any discussion. Are you ready to vote on that motion?
I'm sorry. I just want to make one comment because, and yes, Chair, you were right. My face is just, it's going all over the board. I didn't make a motion to approve it because not sure, I'm not there, but I can't vote in favor of denying the school either. And so I don't know what to do with that. I don't know what to do with where I'm so on the fence about this school. I think a lot of kids who are right on that fence between having a post-secondary pathway and not statewide could benefit from this. I'm so conflicted right now, and would love if anybody did have any additional insight for where they're leaning on their vote.
Member Olson, yeah.
All right, Member Cisneros, I wish you were here with us because you could share in some of the facial expressions around the table. I think we're all a little bit concerned about this. I'm still kind of on the fence. I think your comments about buying the box, buying the package, or approving the package or the box, are persuasive and compelling to me because I like the model of the school. I like what it's trying to accomplish. And I have a hard time just striking down the school, striking down the application based on the work that's gone into it and what has been presented to us. Again, I still have concerns about conflicts, but if we were to approve the school would be obligated to follow the law. And if they don't, as you say, they're going to be on the front page of the paper. And I think they're represented by able counsel, and I'm confident they can find a way to navigate that somehow. So my inclination to answer your question, Member Cisneros, is I'm inclined to vote against this motion at this point in time. I know we're not voting, we're commenting and discussing.
You are, but you're helping us to come to a place. Let me comment in this way. We have purchased. I think I'll use Member Cisneros' terms. We bought the whole box before, and it was all put together. And the reason in this case that it's a box is because they have found success, have had time over time to be able to hone the work that they do for success for children in other states. We have sometimes been reticent to just to take a box from another state and approve it in Utah, but we may have made an exception in this case early on, at least to have them come back again, because we saw a package that was working for kids. In my estimation, it is one that kids are succeeding in, which means that I think, and I 100% share with Member Spiker saying they need to be with certified instruction and to have great teachers work with them. But I think they're finding that they are getting that balance, and they're seeing that in 2 other states where it is working for them really well. And that's part of actually sometimes an advantage of buying a package because it's been tried and tested and proven. Coming to Utah will be different, as it would be to go to any place, because you have to learn new laws, new ways of doing things, new finance structures, etc. But we do have a program that works in another state. So I am inclined to also to vote in opposition to the motion with that idea in mind that I think we've answered some of the concerns we have. Conflicts, yes, if we are starting from the ground up, we're buying something that has a proven track record and it comes as a package. And I think there is instruction in that day. Otherwise, kids would not be successful. I know that to be true. Yeah. All right, that's my thought. Any other discussion? All right, then I suspect we're ready for a vote. The motion is not to approve Thrive Point Academy. We'll do a roll call vote again. That is the motion. Member Cisneros, your vote?
I'm voting against.
Member Olson?
Yeah, I vote against.
Member Bassett?
I vote for the motion.
Member Spiker?
I vote for the motion.
And I'll have to break the tie. I'm going to vote against the motion. So, member,
Good to
Ol-
know.
yes, AEG Olson.
Well, it'd be good to note that Vice Chair Phillips is.
And I
is
think I
not-
have, I did say that, but it doesn't hurt to say it again that Vice Chair Phillips has recused herself from this vote. All right. May we have another motion? Member
I'll make a
Olson.
motion that we,
Go ahead,
sorry,
Member
Thrive
Cisneros,
Point.
go ahead. Yeah.
I'll make a motion that we approve Thrive Point Academy with a contractual correction that they will be seeking statewide online.
Okay. So the motion is that to approve Thrive Point Academy with the correction that will be serving across the state of Utah, not just in one school district's geographic area. I think that's what you mean, right? I don't want to put words in your mouth. All right. And do we have a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
And Member Olson, a second from Member Olson. So initial motion from Member Cisneros, second from Member Olson. Discussion to that motion. Seeing none, then take us to a vote. The motion is to approve with that contractual correction. Member Cisneros, how do you vote?
For.
Member Olson.
Yes, I vote in favor.
Member Bassett.
Against.
Member Spiker.
Against.
And I have to break again, and I'm going to vote in favor of that motion. So, congratulations, Thrive Point. Even though you heard these votes against, they are now ready to support you. So you just know that we're not in opposition. That's how we work here. We all speak our minds, but when a decision is made, we all jump on board to that decision. So we hope you also like this side of the marriage. So you're now in a plural marriage among other states. Welcome. Congratulations. Well, I'll work together. Thank you, schools. Thank you, applicants, for your hard work and the passionate work that you do to do good things for kids in our schools. So we are now at a lunch break, and our lunch is downstairs in room 73. Our staff, please join us for that lunch, and we are scheduled to be back here at 12:40. Do we have enough time to do that? 12:45, let's say 12:45. Could we be back by 12:45, ready to continue all? And if we can do it a little sooner, we will. I'm also, just a point of privilege, if I may, I want to recognize that one of my students came to listen in to the discussion today too, Lachelle Slater, who's in the back, who's working on her administrative license in the state of Utah, who also has an early childhood background, but is an author of 13 books as well that sell very well. She's also an author, so adolescent. And I'll tell you some of those, yeah. So welcome, Lachelle. Thanks for being with us. We're now adjourned. Yeah, 73, downstairs in 73. You okay? Oh, that's good. Will you feel good about the applicant? I tried to represent the going because I knew you couldn't speak. Well,
Sorry, this is how I.
No, but that sounds it's what we do, right? But let's go to coffee. I have a meeting
Band-aids we've put in place to get our PowerPoints and to get, we think, some audio relative to those online. We do have audio.
and video.
Oh,
It's
good.
hardwired, so it was confirmed.
So we're good. We just don't have the internet. So those of us who were going to re-look at, oh, I think it's come up. I'm saying that because, as I say, those of us with applications that we have saved on our computer that were in the Google Drive have now just come back up. So I think we're okay. All right. Welcome. We apologize for being a little bit slow today. We got behind in the morning, as you can imagine. Not that any of us would talk so much that we would get behind, but imagine what we'll do this afternoon. We'll see how we go. And so we intend to be on time. State Charter School Board, we're reconvening at 12:56 on January 18th. And we are today considering now in this afternoon satellite and large expansion applications. And to start with that, Ms. Stephenson is going to talk through the process, and then we'll launch right in.
Thank you, Chair Bowles. So just like we did this morning, we're going to do a quick review of the overall process, both for the board as well as for the public who may be watching. We'll go over what to expect today with the schools that are here, and then we will turn it back to you, Chair Bowles, and the board for your applicant review and interviews so that you can ask any questions and get those addressed. The first thing we wanted to point out is what is the difference between a large expansion and a satellite. Those two now exist together in board rule, but there are some key differences here, and you will be seeing both come through our application cycle this afternoon. So a large expansion, that would be where they're looking for more than 100 students. It could be 101, it could be 1,001 or more than that. Any number of students over 100 qualifies as a large expansion. It also can necessitate significant renovation, and it's the addition of more than one grade level. It could be all of those things, it could be only some of those things, and that would create a large expansion. A satellite, on the other hand, is where it's affiliated with an operating school. They're going to share the same governing board. It's a similar program of instruction. It'll be a unique school number, but essentially it's creating an additional school building. It could have additional grade levels, but it would still be operating under the same model with the same governing board. as we've talked over the last few months, there have been updates to the board rule, and I think our board has been pretty well acquainted with all of those updates that have been coming through. But just as a quick reminder, the things that need to be included, they have to confirm that their request meets the definition of either a large expansion or a satellite, and clarify which of those they are seeking. They have to certify that they have discussed this in an open and public meeting. They have to provide an explanation that justifies the need for this request. And then there are a number of things that have to be done to determine eligibility before that satellite or large expansion could be granted. These things you can see listed here. They have to show that they are in compliance with federal and state law, board rule, and all public school legal obligations. They have to be schools that are in good standing with us as their authorizer. They have to be able to show that they're operationally successful. They have to provide any required educational services. They address that they will have adequate staffing for either the addition of these students and grades or a whole new satellite. They have to make sure that there are no unresolved corrective actions, and they have to provide a market analysis. And the board rule does provide some specific details and definitions as to what each of those things means. Staff has been able to go through the board rule with each of the 5 applications that we received today, and has determined that each of the schools is eligible and meets all of those requirements to have our board consider them without any hesitation about eligibility today. So with that, there will be a quick presentation from staff where I'll be sharing some facts about the school. And again, that determination of eligibility, which I'm giving to you now, they are all eligible for your consideration. And then we have invited each of the schools to have some of their board members and staff be here to present their request to you. You'll have that opportunity to ask questions to those members of their team that have chosen to be here. We will have some schools that will be joining us online today as well. And then after you have heard all 5 of the applicants, you will have that opportunity for a discussion and vote. Chair Bowles, I'll turn it back to you, and we're ready to hear from our first applicant, if you would like to invite them.
Yeah, you can see from the screen, it's Lincoln Academy. Individuals representing Lincoln Academy, would you come up and join us at the table, please? Right up here, closer. We'd like you right up where we can have a conversation with you. So the difference of course, this morning, those are individuals who are beginning schools. These are folks with these schools we all have relationships with already and know the work that they're doing. And so they're making these requests. We're just going to turn time to you. Would you, just so that would you introduce yourself so we all know who you are and we don't have to say, hey, you? Thanks.
Perfect. My name is Jake Hunt. I'm the academic director at Lincoln Academy.
You don't have to push any buttons.
Okay.
It just comes
Oh,
down.
sorry, I didn't say that. For everyone to know, we used to have to push a button, right? Gosh, this team at this state office are so up to date. You just pull the microphone towards you, that's it, and start to talk.
Perfect. Okay, my name is Adam Ravelli. I am the board president of the Board of Trustees for Lincoln Academy.
And I'm Christy Ungerman. I am the secondary principal at Lincoln Academy and former teacher at Lincoln Academy.
Wonderful. All right. So,
Chair Bowles, I have a few slides prepared if you'd like me to continue with those. Wonderful. So with our introduction to Lincoln Academy, this is a model that uses personalized service learning. They're located in Alpine School District and are currently serving grades K through 9. They have a max enrollment, as you can see there, of 910. And what they are requesting is a satellite high school. This would be hoping to add 700 students to their max enrollment of 910, and they're hoping to locate within northern Utah County, similar to where they are currently. Some of the strengths that we found in this application were that they have a large wait list. It has been over 500 for many years. They have parents that are demanding some alternatives for high school, and they found that there are a great lack of smaller high school options within the Alpine School District area. Most of their high schools are quite large. I think they said between 2,000 and 3,000 students in those student bodies. They also cited that there was a failed local bond effort. So those large schools will continue to just get larger for the next little while. Their own school, they focus on career readiness, and they feel like that would be a strength for high school students. They have the sufficient enrollment from their lower grades, and it's been steady that they feel like they could populate a new high school successfully. They have, that should say solid, not sold, but solid finances. They have some exceptional academic results, high retention rates, high parental satisfaction, and their school leadership team has been consistent. Dr. Kramer and I were actually able to go down and visit with Lincoln Academy just a few weeks ago. And I want to say he's been there, 18, 19 years? So he started when he was 10. No. So a lot of great strengths at this school. The only potential support need that we saw was just the expected challenges that would come in opening a new high school. So ultimately, the what you get type slide here would be that, since they were established in 2005, Lincoln Academy has been on a journey of growth and impact. They have been able to consistently fill their halls with 900 students, and this K-9 institution has really leaned into its mission and has been able to help students to serve their community, to overcome challenges, to achieve their dreams, and to practice respect. They have this nurturing, fostering environment where every student's potential is ignited. And so if we were to add a satellite high school, this would allow Lincoln Academy to continue its journey of growth and impact through consistent leadership, strong governance, and a firm financial foundation. A satellite high school would likely experience success.
Welcome to you, and congratulations on your success to this point. And I suspect continued success, but that you have, you're able to come and say, we have enough students who want to continue with us through a high school. I suspect that's true, that they've said, we don't want to leave Lincoln, we want to continue. And so therefore the request for a high school satellite. So I'm going to, should we go right to the board? Can we do that? All right. So I want to make sure you have opportunity to speak as well, Lincoln Academy representatives, if you would like to. But let me go to the board first and see if you have questions. The nice thing is the eligibility is established. We may have questions relative to need or market, and maybe not. Maybe that's been adequately answered each place. Vice Chair Phillips.
I know sometimes it's hard to offer as a charter, to offer the full high school experience. It's an expensive experience. And you do get more money for those high school students, but I know that in the past, and even currently now, some of our high school charters struggle to bring in those students and keep them because as inappropriate for some students as a big box might be, a big box high school. Those big box high schools have every program there is, right? Because they can afford it. So talk to us about kind of how that's a big transition from a K-9 to a high school program. How have you prepared for that? How have you thought about what that's going to be rolling out, and what programs maybe will you keep that a large high school has, and which ones may you not be able to keep, and you feel like that fits your population?
Definitely. Thank you for that question, and it's very, very insightful, and obviously have experience going through the process. I think the first thing to recognize is that we've realized that we're not going to be able to provide a comprehensive high school experience for everyone. It's just not possible in a charter school setting. It's not something we're going to try to do. We do feel like there are elements of high school that are important. We feel a very strong academic foundation is important. We feel like exposure to career-ready electives is going to be important. Some things we've started we're in the process of is we've been working and surveying our parents and students and looking at having a strong focus on having CTE pathway graduations. Where we would identify 8 to 10 CTE pathways and really focus on developing those pathways, helping students be not only ready for college, but ready to be able to be employable as they graduate from the school. There are elements there are obviously we're not big enough to have a football team, and we recognize that. But we would hope to maybe have a basketball team or a track and field team, some soccer team, similar to some of the sports we currently participate in with our charter school league, are things that we can continue. We can continue to have student government. We can have drama experiences. There are things that we can offer that hopefully we could be able to retain students. In addition to that, we'd hope to be able to build some relationships with some local high schools where if there are students who want to play football and attend our school, where they could have those opportunities, especially in those sports where we don't offer. What else? Mrs. Ungerman, what else would you add to that?
Is that with our music programs right now, we do have band and orchestra up through the 8th grade, which we would continue. However, if the kids wanted to do marching band, obviously they would be doing that with one of the district schools. We already have 9th graders who are participating with district schools for swimming, soccer, lacrosse, football, marching band. I think that's it. But we already have a lot of those relationships established. Oh, and we had wrestling a year ago. So the kids went to PG to wrestle. So, if you're going to wrestle, you're going to PG. So anyway, we have already, established some of those relationships and recognizing that we can continue to offer music, but it would be choral music, and we would institute musical theater and show choir and give kids opportunities to perform in those veins, because with space availability, as we've looked at what the facility would look like and our space allocations, those are some things that we can support.
I think one thing I'd like to add to that is I think we're very cognizant of other schools we've seen that have tried to open as a 10 through 12 model and opening all grades at one time. We feel like a staggered approach allows us to find students who are bought into our mission and vision of our school, not necessarily just looking for a different experience or maybe got lost in a high school setting. I've observed in the past that high schools that open their doors at all grade levels often just attract students who need a different experience, maybe aren't as bought into the mission and vision of the school. So we're very cognizant of that and are strategically opening our doors slowly to be able to help try and mitigate and be able to retain students who want to be at our school for the vision we have of what we can offer.
Excellent. Of course, by then you've made some brick and mortar investment in order to do that, but with the idea in mind that you're planning the future, do you have ideas maybe of places that you can place the school, of property? That is a tough market in northern Utah County,
Yes.
right?
That is a very tough market, and then honestly, that's probably one of the hardest struggles that we're going to face is just finding a location where we can do that. We've spoken with a couple of companies who do help charter schools go through this process that are well vetted here in Utah. They feel like it's possible. But that's to remain to see. We may not be able to open in 2026 if we can't find a place to build a building. But we wanted to make sure that we go through this process and good faith, and if we receive approval, then we'd have the opportunity to be able to further explore those options in our neighborhood or expand that neighborhood a little bit further.
Right. And I'm happy to hear the Vice Chair Phillips' question too is so important. And of course, by Utah law, you can't have those agreements that kids can play sports other places or participate in activities with other schools. And I would say great high schools always have to have 3 A's: academics, arts, athletics. And you're doing that. Even a good intramural program, I think, falls within that athletics piece and to helping them to find placements. So any of those neglected folks, vote with their feet. And I know you know that already. So additional questions. Yeah, Member Spiker.
I was just hoping if you could provide maybe some, as you talked about, that the parents or the families have definitely expressed interest that they want a secondary option. And you currently have a very robust wait list. And so my question is it's hard to correlate. Is the wait list, if it's a second grader, can you guarantee that they're going to want to stay as a 10th grader versus, because currently the wait list is for the current K-9 model. Could you just provide maybe some direct examples of what you've heard from stakeholders about the secondary option? I'll share, I know I was in a similar situation many years ago in a different charter, and the families were clamoring. They just didn't want to leave the school. And so I so appreciate what you're saying, that you already have students that are, and families that want the model. So I was just, if you could speak to that, was it a formal survey? Was it just a parent focus group? And how do you know that you've got a pool that want to stay to be able to fill a high school?
Thank you. And so I oversaw the expansion process we went through in 2014, about 10 years ago, and when we grew from about 450 students to our current 900 and built a junior high. And the very first question they asked me is, when are you going to build a high school? And I told them, never. And I'm sitting here today.
He's repeated that multiple times too. So.
I've learned I should never say never. And so I think it's something that has perpetuated since then, with conversations with parents, asking people who feel like their children were lost in a high school setting, people who felt like their children didn't have maybe an as academically challenging experience as they would like, students who feel like they had a need to be serviced in a different school setting. It's come through conversations. We surveyed. We started to look at this in 2019, and then spring of 2020, the world changed. And at that time, we surveyed our parents, and at that time, about 80% of our parents said that they would enroll their students in a high school if Lincoln Academy offered. And we surveyed them again just last fall in November, and we had 84% of our parents indicate that they would keep their students at Lincoln Academy if we were to offer high school. I think also that's our retention rates over the past several years, speaks to having families dedicated to continuing to enroll at our school. Something that's unique about our school, that may not come through in our application, is that we have a little bit of an inverted triangle as far as our enrollment goes. Our school actually gets larger in 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th grade than it is in K through 5. We go from about 75 students in K through 5 to 100 in 6th, and then 125 7th, 8th. We do lose a couple of students we're around about 115 in 9th. And so I think with retention rates and what we've seen, some conversations, some official surveys, we have a pretty good feel that the parents would like us to have a high school.
And I might just add to that, I have parents stopping me every day. When is the high school opening? When is the high school opening? And of course, I'm the secondary principal. And so those are secondary families that are, asking that question. And my teaching background was I taught 9th grade math and English. And my kids would come back all the time, and they feel like they get lost. And so we actually had some of our 9th graders who had gone on to district schools do videos. What's so great about Lincoln? And one of the things that a lot of the kids related was they said, our teachers know us at Lincoln. They know me. They know my family. They know my siblings. They know us. And when I struggled, I didn't feel like I couldn't go directly to my teachers. I liked my teachers, and my teachers liked me. And I think that that's something that gets lost in the really big high school settings.
Absolutely. Oh, the only thing I was going to note is Jake mentioned, we do have a little bit of attrition in 8th and then especially in 9th grade. And part of that reason is because parents feel like they need to transition their students into the setting where their high school is going to be. And so I think that we would lose that attrition and actually gain steam going into the high school.
Yeah, that makes sense. And your board has approved? That's one of the things on the checklist. Your board has said, this is what we want to do. They've all voted. We
have, yes.
Okay. Maybe just the deep breath of taking it on. Right? Yeah, right. Any additional questions from members of the board? Any last parting
Chair,
comments?
one?
Yes,
Yeah.
please.
One is just a curiosity. I know you had anecdotal, but did you happen to survey 7, 8, and 9 students? And then number 2, there are some pretty high performing charter high schools in northern Utah County. And of course, we don't take into account as a board impact on, we believe in a fair market. But I'm hoping that you as a board have considered how you will position yourself against some pretty outstanding competition in the small charter high school market there in northern Utah County. So would you speak to, one, it's just a yes or no, did you happen to formally survey students as opposed to anecdotal, and 2, the competition factor?
Yes, we did survey the students, and we had roughly the same results from the student surveys as we did from the parent surveys. The one thing that's kind of interesting about us is that the high-performing charters that you're referring to are actually located 20 to 25 minutes driving distance from where we are located. They are actually in kind of like the more southern end of that Utah County area, moving towards. So they're located in the Orem, Provo, areas, and our kids are coming to us more from the Alpine, Edgemont, Cedar Hills, the Lehigh areas, American Fork, and those areas. And it's kind of a different drawing area. And some kids have looked at those charters that are further down the road, but the parents aren't that interested in adding, 15 minutes to their drive time every day.
Thank you for that response. I should have said Member Cisneros, who's joining us online, and she is but actively engaged today. So you know what that voice was coming in. Additional questions, anyone? Any parting comments you want to make, Lincoln Academy?
No, just thank you for the opportunity to be able to come in and be with you today.
Thank you. I think we know you, and thank you for responding to our questions, for being here today. Thanks. All right. Go back and sit down for a minute if you'd like. Thank you so much. And we'll move to the next school, which is Syracuse Arts Academy, school I've known for a long time. Hey, welcome, Syracuse Arts. I knew this school when it was just an idea. Right. So great. So maybe do the same thing, Syracuse Arts Academy. Would you each introduce yourselves for the full board? Sure. Thank you.
Thank you for letting us be here today. My name is Neil Garner, and I am a member of the school board for Syracuse Arts Academy.
Great.
I'm Mary Johnson, and I'm the board chair. And I've been at that position for, a whole year, but
Hey.
been on the board almost 10 years. So glad to be here today.
Dale Pfister, I'm the current director of Syracuse Arts. This is my 8th year as an administrator, but I was on the board 9 years ago prior to joining the school as an administrator. Retired Weber District educator for a long time.
Fabulous.
My name is Renee Dreiling, and I'm on a board member. I've been on for, I believe, 4 years, and I'm a retired deputy treasurer from Nebraska County.
Good afternoon, Brad Taylor, CFO with Academica West. We've been the third-party business manager for the school since they opened in 2006. And unlike other times I've been here to interact with you, I can also say I'm a parent of 3 children that have attended Syracuse Arts Academy, 2 which have graduated, and 1 that is a 6th grader at the North Campus.
Fabulous. Fabulous. All right. Ms. Stephenson.
Thank you, Chair Bowles. And thank you, Syracuse Arts Academy. Syracuse Arts Academy, as you can see here, serves grades K through 9, and they are located in Davis County School District area. They currently have 2 campuses, and those 2 campuses serve a combined total of about 1,700 students. This school utilizes a comprehensive arts focus model. And what they're requesting would be a third satellite, and this would serve K through 6 students. And they would be adding another 756 students to their students that they're servicing. They are hoping that this satellite could be located in the Davis County area as well, specifically in West Layton. Some of the strengths that were identified in their application is that this group has experienced expansion of a satellite campus before. So this is old news to them. They've already done it once before and they've done it successfully. They also have the ability to locate their satellite in a fast growing area, and that they have been able to maintain their current enrollment capacity, which is, again, that 1,700 students, give or take, for almost a decade. So a lot of great kids coming to a great school. They're able to provide an explanation for their exemplary growth scores and how they're able to maintain that great exemplary growth. And in their application, it was also very evident that the governing board has thoughtfully engaged in the process. As far as the potential support needs that were identified, we thought that it was just the expected challenges that we would see in growing to more than 2 campuses, and recognizing that, suddenly now managing 3 or at some point 4 or 5, that serves to provide new challenges beyond just opening that second campus that they have experienced in the past. So what you would get with this, as you can see from our top paragraph, Syracuse Arts Academy, they seek to provide a challenging, differentiated curriculum where academic excellence, character development, and individual growth are nurtured in a safe, orderly, and pleasant environment. They further work to develop respectful, confident citizens in a solid educational environment enriched by artistic expression. So if the board votes to add a K-6 satellite, this would allow Syracuse Arts Academy to pursue addressing the needs of students in the area because they are known in their community and they have an overall track record of student success. Additionally, they have a long history of meeting or exceeding their enrollment goals. They have experience planning, operating, and governing successful satellite schools, or a successful satellite school. And so, therefore, it is felt that such an additional satellite school would likely experience success.
And I don't want to jump past that's your conclusion. Good. Okay. So I know the original school is on off West Antelope, right? The North Campus I don't know as well. North Campus is
just a teeny bit west and a teeny bit north of Syracuse High School.
Okay.
Just south of
in the old onion fields.
The onion fields are now apartments and a
I
surgical
know, that's
center.
what I mean. They don't have onions out there anymore. And if you're from that area, it's Syracuse, right? Syracuse, they say. So that's right. Those onions aren't there anymore. So this one, and maybe it's Mr. Taylor because he's probably doing the work, I bet, to support you relative to finding a place for a new building in West Layton you're thinking of.
Do you want to answer that, Mary?
Go ahead.
The
He
target
asked
market
you.
we've identified as we put in the packet, really on either side of that West Davis corridor. There's that area down Stillwater. They also call it Shoreline, not to be confused with Shoreline Junior High because that's a little further. But that what you would call South Syracuse, West Layton area.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So make a nice triangle out of that.
Correct.
Sorry to skip you, Mary. I just knew that he did that.
You're fine to skip me anytime you want. You're good.
And along with the legacy extension, that all is probably going to contribute some of that planning as well, right? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And what a school with a great reputation. I'll add that as well. So, other questions from the board? Things you want to know? I'm not seeing any questions.
Well, come
All
on,
right.
Stephanie.
Thank
Let's
you.
hear it.
I think back to Davis School District and the Davis area. It's definitely a model as we think about the relationship that can occur between charter and our traditional school district school district schools. So I'm curious, as you all have found such success, you continue to expand. Have you had any conversations with any leadership just on the school district level? Not that they have to say yes or no to this, but I'm just curious if any of those conversations have happened, if they needed to be, or the kind of support that you might feel from the district leadership.
That one I can answer, if you're okay, Stephanie, right?
Absolutely,
Okay.
please
Okay.
do.
So I was director of Highmark Charter School for 8 years, and when I came there, it was their second year of being a charter school. So I retired from Weber School District and was a teacher and then administrator and was at the district office. So I was very I'm kind of apprehensive to go into charter school without that district right behind me. But I learned very quickly that we were a part of Davis School District, and Dr. Bowles was superintendent then at Davis, and so I met him that fall when I started, and I met him at what he had organized as the Den meetings, and I don't know if any of you are familiar with those, but so I went there as a new director, and I was blown away with what Davis School District was offering us as charter schools. And the agenda was open for us to ask for anything we needed from them. He would bring in all of his specialists. We had their math specialists, curriculum, sports, whatever we needed. One time, even driver's ed, because some schools were having problems with ninth graders with driver's ed, but they just gave us everything we needed. And after that meeting, because I was so impressed from coming from Weber with nothing there for the charters, and so I went up to introduce myself to the superintendent and said to him, I'm just so impressed with this, and it made me feel so comfortable to know that I had that kind of knowledge to tap into anytime I needed to. And he said something that really resonated with me that I have not ever forgotten. And you don't even know because you talk to thousands of people all the time, but this is what you said. He said, your students are our students, and we own them just like you do, because they're going to come to us eventually, either in the high school or, changing around. And I just felt like that's exactly. But so Davis School District absorbs these charter schools and just loves them. And he said that we saved them money because he doesn't always have to build a school. He would have never built the school in South Weber, but Highmark came there. And so there's just such a great rapport there, and so much information that we could get. And he's retired from that now, but even at that, Dale tells us that he has the same thing from the superintendent right now. And so that program that I guess you started it, right?
And Kim Dorr. I won't leave Kim.
Okay, you're going to give Kim credit too.
Yeah.
But it was their baby, and it's still going strong. And so, yeah, as a new school, new satellite school coming into that area, I just feel like we're in safe hands, really safe hands. So,
Yeah. And I can tell you from behind the scenes that if things are still the same, which I suspect they are, they better darn well be, that there's a lot of coordination about placement of schools and where it'll be helpful and how we can assist all the people in that county to have great education choices. And so that's all done in a cooperative way. So it's a good question. Thank you for asking that question. Any others? All right. Any parting comments? Syracuse Arts Academy.
Go ahead now.
I'm one of the newer members of the board. I've served on, I actually was on the board for Montessori School in North Ogden, and I've served on Ogden City Council, Weber Morgan District for the health department. I was on the board for that. But the reason that I am really passionate about Syracuse Arts Academy is I have a granddaughter who lives with me, and she attends Syracuse Arts. When we relocated and moved from Ogden to Syracuse, one of the things I was looking for was a strong academic school, but also that would look at some of the interests of my granddaughter, who is very much into the arts and performing. And Syracuse Arts, by far, was the school I wanted her to attend. And so I'm just excited to be a part of that community. And the other thing that, we mentioned about support from the school district, But the Syracuse Arts Academy also gets a lot of support from the community. We're in the newsletters. They post what our activities are going to be, our performances, the things we're going to be doing as a school. And it's very rewarding to be a part of that.
Awesome. That's a perfect finish. Thank you all so much.
Wait, if we're not done though. Wait.
Oh,
no,
so
I'm
sorry.
kidding.
And if you
I'm
weren't,
kidding.
I would say keep
No,
going.
no,
but
no.
I want you to be able to say anything
No.
that you need to finish. But thank
No.
you all for being
Yeah,
here and
thank
for
you.
your continued success. So thank you so much.
Thanks for
Thank you.
hearing us today.
All right. And our next school is, you have Montessori there at Gateway Model, at Gateway Academy though, right? Yeah. So Gateway, come on up. This is fun. Schools that we know to be able to say hello to and cheer for you and see how you're doing. So it's always exciting that folks are asking for an addition to their school. That's a good thing. All right. Ms. Stephenson.
Thank you, Chair Bowles. And welcome, Gateway Academy. As you can see here, this is a Montessori model located within Iron County School District. They currently serve K through 8 students, and their current enrollment, their max is at 675. They were one of the groups that came through and received a small expansion from you back in August. So they will be at 725 students for school year 25. And then this large expansion request is for 2,000 additional students. So let's talk about where those 2,000 kids are going to go. They brought up a lot of really great strengths. As you can see here, they brought up a need for more on-campus seats, expansion of a hybrid program, as well as their distance learning model. And all of that was based on community feedback. And so I think that's important to note when we start saying, wow, 2,000 kids, that's a huge expansion. But really they're looking at kind of 3 different essential placements for them. That there are students that will be coming on campus, some that are hybrid, and then some that are strictly into that distance learning program that they are operating. Another strength that was noted in their application is that they have a large wait list for both their on-campus and their distance education program. They also noted that their offerings are distinct and different from that the district offers, and they were able to point out ways that their hybrid, ways that their distance program, and ways that their in-person model is different from what is currently offered within the area. Additionally, they showed exemplary academic growth. They also have significant population growth, and we've seen that as we've looked at other schools locating in the Cedar City area, that is very much a growing part of our state. And they've additionally worked very closely with the State Charter School Board regarding training and expansion needs over the last few years as they've had some leadership transition, and then talking about how to meet these community needs. That's been something they've worked to involve their authorizer in. As far as the potential support needs, we just saw that this would be the expected challenges for adding almost triple their current students to their student body. And so making sure that they had the people and systems in place to support that. So what you would get with this, currently, that top paragraph, Gateway Preparatory Academy is working to provide each student with an individualized experience. And they're focusing on growth while preparing them to become productive members of their community. They do this through a child-centered approach, which combines the Montessori philosophy and method with arts and technology. If our board votes to add 2,000 additional seats to Gateway Preparatory Academy, this will allow them to continue to provide differentiated options for each student that helps them meet their unique learning needs, and it ensures that every family that wants to be part of their community, their Gateway Preparatory Academy community that is given that opportunity. And given the demand for the school's 3 programs, an expansion would likely to experience success.
All right. So let's talk a little bit about your plans. And I'll start with just this, knowing this is a little different from asking where's your new location going to be. You're expanding in your current location. So talk about your plans to accommodate an additional 2,000 students, how you're thinking about that, and also talk about this much of a leap. So to go a little bit of an expansion to boom, so much more, what's led you to that?
Thank you. We're really here and share some of the great things that are happening at Gateway. I'm Brittany Jensen, and I'm the board chair.
Sorry, I didn't ask you each to introduce yourselves. I
That's all
skipped
right.
that. You were anticipating it
Yep.
probably, were you?
Yep.
Do you mind if we suspend what you're going to say for a second? And please do introduce yourselves. Thank you for reminding me.
Yes, I just wanted to mention I'm not the board chair, but I've also been a parent of a student at Gateway. I've had students at Gateway the last 13 years, and I have a kindergartner starting next year, so another 9 years. So I'm very invested in the school and love what we have to offer.
Thank you.
I am our growth and development administrator for the past few years, and before that, I was a teacher at the school. So I've
Have
been
your
there.
name also?
Amy Gibson.
Amy,
Yes,
thank you so
yes.
much.
My name is Dave Armour, and I am the current director at Gateway Preparatory Academy. Been at the school for the last 6 years. I
Thank
believe
you,
we
sir.
have Ada. She is business manager. I think is online. But
Good. Okay. Oh, thank you so much. That'll be good if we have finance questions too. Thank you. I apologize for interrupting what the question I'd asked before, but I left out an important part. So
That's
thanks.
fine. All right. So you wanted to know how are we going to
So what's brought you to this point that said, okay, this is what we need to ask to do, and if that's granted, how are you going to accommodate that?
So we have, we really focus on individualized education, and we love being a charter school and having the flexibility to offer so many options. So we have, we have been really innovative about being able to meet needs in different ways. And we started back before the pandemic. We amended our charter to include an online hybrid option that we were really excited about to help, especially there's a really high homeschool population in our area. And we wanted to see what other extra support we could offer to them and others. So we have had really a lot of success with our hybrid model, where we have something really unique that we haven't even been able to really tell very many people about because we're so full and at capacity. But people are hearing by word of mouth and asking, can we get into your program? Can we get into your program? So we're the only school that invites students that are homeschooled or off campus to be able to come to our school for services, intervention services, come for electives, come to field trips, come to picture day. They're welcome to come to school breakfast and lunch, those sorts of things. So basically, as little or as much as the parents want, we can accommodate inviting them into our school. And what we found is that a lot of these students and families, once they come and they're on campus even a little, they love it and they want to be there more, and they'll move into our regular program. So as our regular on-site is filling and getting bigger and bigger, we don't want to just kick out those online students that we're also supporting. We want to be able to expand that. So we've already been planning for growth for a while. We bought 10 acres adjacent to our current campus. And so we're already planning to build additional facilities. We're wanting to move possibly moving our middle school population into a new separate building. We have a lot of exciting plans with all of that, which we will do regardless of this expansion. But as we were talking about, where we're already going to have new facilities, we've got the space. Currently, our hybrid model, we have 1 day a week for each age group that they come on campus. And if we were able to expand, we could offer multiple ages at the same time, and then parents could send all their kids on the same day, which has been something that they've expressed interest in. And so it may sound like a lot to say, here's 2,000 kids, but we don't expect that they'd all be on campus at the same exact time. Some would want to come for a monthly event. Some would want their kids there every week. Some would want them there every day for music or that sort of thing. So we just see this flexibility. We don't see a risk, which maybe if you are concerned or see a risk to having a high cap and not actually getting there, then we'd be interested in knowing concerns about that. But we see, because we're not building or planning infrastructure solely on that, we feel like there's not really a risk. And instead of coming back piecemeal and saying, can we add a few more? Can we add a few more? We see that the growth is huge. There's 4,800 kids online in Iron County right now. And we'd like to be able to invite them to our campus as well. That's where we're at.
Okay. So I maybe Member Spiker would know this better. I don't know how that works in the Maria Montessori method. So no, you ask it because you'll ask more in more specific ways than I'll know how to ask.
I was just curious of the just what that looks like, a distance education Montessori program. I am familiar, just based on my background. I have colleagues that do virtual Montessori lessons and with students and ship them materials and things like that. But I don't know if that's what this is, or if you could elaborate just how the Montessori philosophy is embedded in a distance education program. I'd love to hear more about that.
I'll speak to that first, and then if there's anything they want to add. But we have, what we've done is we have a list of our principles of Montessori education. So it might not look like a pure Montessori, which even in our classrooms now, we have an adapted Montessori, but we try to apply those principles. We look back to those core values that we have, children having individual education, being able to have move along at their own pace, or being combined with other age groups and things like that. We include those principles in the things that we do, and the hands-on learning as much as possible. That's why we want to invite them to us. So our main charter is an individualized education where we use Montessori all we can.
Do you all hold Montessori certification or accreditation? Accredited Montessori school?
No.
Thank
It's
you.
been a challenge to get training for Southern
Yeah,
Utah
yeah.
to be able to do that.
Yeah.
What was that?
It's been a challenge to get training.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So we're as Montessori
I
as we
hear
can
you.
be.
Yeah, no, I understand, and I think that's that just gives you a little bit more flexibility. Actually, by not being an accredited Montessori school, I think that allows you to do what you're saying right now in terms of a distance program.
But just following the principles of Maria Montessori to do that. Okay, good. Some additional questions from members of the board? Others? Vice Chair Phillips, please.
So I was concerned when I saw that number. I want you to know, because I thought, I love your program, and you've answered that really well. Just a logistical, will people apply for different programs then, so that you can control the number of people coming in to participate, and thereby make sure that you maintain your quality?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And so those who come like from homeschool who are selecting services, do they enroll in your school, or are you doing that just as an additional community service, or they will enroll their children with you for those services you provide? Okay. All right. Good. That was my other question. Others? Any final words? Gateway?
We just want you all to come visit and see our campus. It's an awesome place to be.
Terrific. Thank you so much. Thank you. We appreciate you being here today.
Thank you so
and for all
much.
the work that you do, continued success. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Emmett.
I was just going to say thank you for the time and the opportunity to have us come up here.
Thank you.
It's great to be sitting here with you. We see you online all the time. It's great to be here in person. See you guys.
I'm glad it didn't snow if you're driving up from Cedar today. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Now, I think we're even a little bit ahead at this point. Are we? No. Yeah, we are. We're a little bit ahead. So, and now I need to be conscious of individuals who maybe at a time certain are believing that they're going to have their presentation at a specific time. So I don't know if Lakeview Academy is here. We have a break in between some of those places, but I think, Board, are you okay just to continue since we're ahead of that break time? Lakeview, are
Chair
you all
Bowles,
here?
may I make a comment?
Yes, please.
So Lakeview Academy is scheduled for 2:30. We suggested that each group plan on arriving at least a half hour early. I know some of them are here, but that would be 2 o'clock. So you may want to consider doing like a 10-minute break and then picking up. That would be consistent with the instructions that we've given to the applicants.
Thank you. If Lakeview's here, maybe we'll go ahead and then take our little break right after that. If you're not missing individuals whom you are waiting for, if you're okay. All right. So why don't we do that, continue, and then we'll take a
Fantastic.
little break and come back and finish.
I should have guessed you two would be well prepared. Good to see Lakeview Academy here. As you can see here, Lakeview Academy serves K through 9 students, and they are located in the Alpine School District area. Their model focuses on science, arts, and technology. However, if you read through their application, they also are adding lots of wonderful things, and we'll talk about that in their strengths as well. Their max enrollment is 1,050 students, and they're requesting a large expansion to add 450 students to their student body. Their strengths, you can see here that they also have a large waiting list, somewhere between about 450 to 650 each year is what they are consistently seeing on that waiting list. Additionally, Lakeview Academy shows strong academics and high growth, so a great academic place to be. They also have a solid financial foundation and a focus on continuous improvement. And with that continuous improvement, that's where they are finding places to add in new programs and add in new offerings based on what their community is showing, what their students are interested in, and what has been shown, with research and education and exciting things to bring to their model. And so continuously adding wonderful things to their school. With that, they've added the addition of a performing arts program, so wanted to make sure that we referenced that as well. And another strength in their application was that they had clear plans articulated for the space that they would also be gaining in their new expansion. They wanted to be able to create a few new classrooms, potentially a greenhouse, a new space simulator, a theater, as well as some increased parking areas. The support needs that we saw are that there would just be the expected challenges of the barn market rates and the cost of construction. This is one that we were trying to be especially mindful of, as the board may remember that a few years ago, Lakeview came through and was approved for a satellite, and then due to those bond market rate challenges and the cost of construction, ended up delaying, and then that delay ended up expiring. And so we would want to be able to support them in the best way we can, trying to make sure that this is a successful opening within this challenging market that we're in. So what you would get here, Lakeview Academy is currently working to instill a love of learning through multiple hands-on learning opportunities. Specifically, they focus on science, arts, and technology. And with that, they continually seek to improve year after year. They bring new ideas and innovations to their school to help their students feel excited and passionate about learning. So if you vote today to add 450 additional seats, this will allow Lakeview Academy to continue growing from its approved small expansion that they received in August, as they seek to respond to community feedback and needs. Given the consistency of the school and the strong leadership team that they have, an expansion would be likely to experience success.
Thank you. And having had you here before, but still, would you introduce yourselves? I don't want to miss that step.
Yes, hi, I'm Richard Vesey. I'm the school's director. I've been there just over 13 years and love what I do.
And I'm Joylyn Lincoln. I'm the vice chair of the board and a founding board member. However, I did not serve continuously from opening to today. I took a sabbatical of approximately 4 years, 2 of which I taught at the school.
Wonderful. I was going to say, you had an odyssey. You went away and came back, but you were there just in a different
I do, and my kids were there that
capacity.
whole time. Have thoroughly loved Lakeview Academy.
Wonderful. All right. So even with the expansion, based on your numbers, you'd be at about 1,500 students potentially at max, but still with a sizable waiting list even with that number. So can you, my first question is talk about what brought you to 450, why that number, and we know a little bit about your expansion, but anything else you want to tell us about that?
I'll jump in here and answer that one first. How did we come to that number? Really, we love the size of our schools, so we did not want to grow incredibly large. As you know, we had a previous application for a second campus to help us have that same feel. This will allow us to grow our programs without having a school that is what our families would be concerned about being too big. We hear that a lot in the surveys. We want to be sensitive to the feel of our school. And by taking in just one new teacher at each grade level, that allows us to bring more students in from the lottery, grow the programs without putting at risk the family feel we have on our campus.
Thank you so much. Yeah. anything about what you think about if this is approved, what would be the process of getting the expansion? What are you anticipating? The additional facility is what I'm asking about, kind of that facility expansion. And
So we have a committee that's already exploring it, and we've already met with financial entities to make sure that we can move through that process and that we won't jeopardize our current program, and that we're not going to get out in front of our skis, especially because of the cost of construction. We really want to be very cautious of that, but we feel like we've got a really good team exploring it and moving forward. Also, where we're just building and adding on to campus, we'll be able to utilize some of our space that we already have, and as we expand, so it won't be as large of an expansion in facility space as it would be if we built a whole new school.
and you have the land surrounding.
We
so
do
you're
have the
okay.
land, and we also do have property in an adjoining city too that we're debating the process with that.
Okay. And I'm glad you included parking. There's a wonderful play in the line in it said, I was admitted to university. I was going to go, but I could never find a parking place. And so anybody who goes to universities, it's because they know that's true. But at any rate, so it's nice that you forward thinking to know more people, we need more places too. So that's
Our
good.
parking is also kind of a partnership with our city. We have a large city park across from our campus, and we see overflow parking going both ways. During the school day, we'll see overflow into their parking lot, and then during community events and summer and recreation programs, they will overflow into our parking lot. So that parking is really kind of a commitment to the community to allow facilities both at a school and a community level.
I love that. I love that. It doubles taxpayer dollars by doing that. Thank you so much for considering that. Such a great idea. Additional questions, anyone? Not seeing any. I'm glad you didn't continue to wait while we took a break. So I think, Lakeview, that's all we need unless there's anything additionally you need to say. Tess? All right. Thank you for being here and for your continued success. Thank you so much. All right. Now you want to take a short break? Board, just do 10 minutes. So if a half hour before, Valley should be here about 2:30.
I can message them as well. I think
See-
they'll be joining online.
See what happens, but let's take a short break and then we'll reassess. Okay? All right. Short break doesn't mean go for a drive around town, right? Just, yeah. All right. This is a short break, shortish break. Okay, we are now adjourned for a break and we'll return. Thank you.
I'm worried about Brian.
We are good.
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
we're ready.
Thank you for jumping in a little early with us. We appreciate it so much to begin just a little bit early because we're ahead of schedule. Who knew? Usually it's the opposite. We're usually way behind. We talk so much, but thank you for jumping in. It's fun to see you in your natural habitat as opposed to here. So that's nice too. We love that. All right, y'all, we are ready to hear presentation and request from, even though we've read that application from Valley Academy. And so if we'll turn the time to Ms. Stephenson to introduce, and then we'll have some discussion with Valley Academy.
Thank you, Chair Bowles. And yes, welcome Valley Academy, and thank you for hopping on. Valley Academy is located in the Washington County School District area, but lest you think we are talking about St. George, this is in Hurricane. And draws from some of the small towns around the Hurricane area. Valley Academy uses a whole child approach. They are currently serving grades K through 8, and also you saw them in August as they came for a small expansion and are adding 9th grade in the 24-25 school year. Their max enrollment right now is right around that 573 mark. They are requesting a satellite school to serve grades 6 through 9 with 225 students. One unique thing, though, about this satellite school, and part of why I wanted to point out that we're talking about Hurricane and these little cities down in southern Utah, is that they would like to locate their satellite on their existing property. So some of the strengths that we were able to pull out from their application is that the school has been planning this request to come to you for over 3 years. This is something that they've been very mindful of and really working towards. They are also the only charter school in the Hurricane area and that draws from those other little cities as well. They have built up their student population in the younger grades and feel that they are now ready for that expansion into upper grades, both including that 9th grade small expansion they received and then this ask for the 225 seats for their satellite. Another strength that they brought up was that right now for those upper level grades, they are serving them in modular classrooms, and that right now all of those modular classrooms total more classrooms than they have in their brick and mortar facility. And so adding this satellite would allow them to give those students kind of a permanent space to be rather than their modular classrooms. They're in a solid financial position, and the school also shows exemplary growth scores. As far as the potential support needs, staff, we just saw that there would be the expected challenges of construction on current property, but something that we think we could help the school with or that they could overcome through their planning as well. So what you would get with this, as you see from our top paragraph, right now Valley Academy strives to achieve excellence in education, character, and student pathways for the future through learning based on 4 pillars. Those 4 pillars are academics, technology, fine and performing arts, and social emotional learning. And each of their pillars works to make the other 3 strong. So if we were to vote to add a 6 through 9 satellite school, this would allow Valley Academy Charter School to give its students, again, a place of their own, rather than relying on modular classrooms. It would also allow Valley Academy Charter School to continue to respond to community needs as they provide the only charter school option within the Hurricane area. And given the community buy-in, this satellite is likely to experience success.
Wonderful. So great to have you here. Know that 2 of our members Cisneros and Smith, are online as well. Thank goodness for technology. We can connect at a distance. That all works so well that we're able to do that. Would you mind starting just with introductions so we know who we're speaking with today? That's what we've had each school do as we've met. So would one of you start?
I'll go ahead and start. I'm Miranda Close. I'm the board chair here.
Wonderful.
I'm Alicia Martin. I am a board member.
Wonderful.
JJ Tanner,
And-
Assistant Director and Vice Principal over Elementary.
Good.
Dale Varga, Vice Principal over the middle school group.
Excellent.
Hi, everyone. I'm Tracy Stevens. I'm the Executive Director here.
Wonderful. It's good to see all of you. A little camera movement, and we had even additional folks we didn't know who were there. So that's great. And I'll say this, this is good. I said last time that this is good education for Director Kramer. He's learning hurricane is a Utah word, that we love hurricane. And my daughter-in-law, who grew up in hurricane, would say that it is, we are the gateway to Zion. So she is, that's an important piece, right? It's a great place to live and be. So will you talk to us now, Valley? I'm going to start just a little bit. It's not impossible to build. I'll tell you that, having gone through it a few times. Not impossible to build where you are holding school. It just takes a little bit of planning, and you'll be able to do that. So I'm going to look to the board first to see if there are any questions any of you have as board members relative to Valley. They're doing an excellent job, and we're aware of that.
We clarify something first.
Absolutely.
Sorry.
We'd love to hear from you.
Okay, before you open it up, we'll at least direct the questions. So we looked at 2 different options. Our original was looking at the existing property, but over the last couple of years. And the one that we want to set on currently, if possible, is a current building that's on our block. So we found that we'll be into at half the cost by purchasing an existing building, which is pretty close to being set up. and it's only about 600 feet from our current campus. So that was a misunderstanding as far as the application or the presentation on that was put out there.
That's not a problem. So thank you for that clarification. And sometimes that is, it saves you a lot of time and energy just to convert a building to your needs as opposed to starting from scratch. So that's great. All right. Additional questions, anyone? Tell us why this particular number. Why are you requesting 225, not 250, 300? How did you come to that number?
So currently, we are at the 550 with gratitude for the small application that was approved. We are looking at a cap of 750. Is that about what that equals? I don't see a total number. So what it would do is just give us equal numbers in our classrooms, 6th through 9th grade, without exceeding our really coveted small class size.
Tell us how it's gone, your small expansion with the 9th grade. Has that gone well?
We have not implemented it yet. We're trying to make sure that we're accredited. Yes.
Yeah. All right. But that's coming. But the process is going well. Yeah. Good.
Sure is. Yes. We sure appreciate it. We're excited for that growth, just so our students don't have to bump an extra school for a 9th grade before they go on to the high school.
Yeah. Great. Board members, anything else you want to ask? I think we read your applications, Member Olson.
Yeah, just clarifying here on the numbers. And our video feed is so good, I could see the number that you held up on your iPhone. So is it, we have you at 573 plus 225. So we're talking roughly 800, so 200 students per grade. Do we have that about right? Is that more or less?
Well,
what
we
we're
have
looking at?
currently we're at our enrollment cap right now is 550, so we're just slightly over that with our current population, and then we would add the 225, which would be 775, right?
Yes.
So we would be at 775 would be our maximum with this additional 225, which would allow 3 classrooms of 25 students for each grade level.
Okay.
The 550 plus the 225, yes, that would be the new max enrollment. But it does show they have been over enrolled from that 550 that is their current cap.
Over like 23 students this year. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Which speaks well of you, actually, that you have another 23 who said, please, we've just got to get in there for school. So great. Okay. Anyone, any other questions? Anyone? This is taking a long process, as you can tell, in our discussion. Any parting comments, Valley, you want to make?
I would just say we are excited to be in the charter world. We're excited to see our school continue to grow. We cannot give enough accolades to our current admin team for driving the school and the growth and just to continue that momentum. So
Wonderful. Congratulations. Yeah.
Could I just mention, when we turned in the application, our wait list has also grown back up to 145, which is without marketing. We've kind of shut off our marketing, just unfortunately because of our cap, until we know what our future plans are. But we get people walking in almost daily, wanting to be part of our great school.
So what you're saying is that we may be revisiting in a couple of years for another expansion.
hopefully, yes, that would be
All right.
great.
There you go. There you go. So thank you so much. We congratulate you on your great success and continued success into the future. We appreciate you jumping online with us so we have a time to talk. And those of you around the corners of the camera, you as well. So to all 5 of you, thank you so much. Thank you. All right. We have some discussion to go to. So thank you so much for being with us.
Great,
Thank
thank you.
All right, everyone. Now, our next item, and being a little bit ahead, we have, we're at the place that we are now able to have discussion and vote on these existing charters, both satellites and large expansions that we would recommend for those schools. I've loved this. I'm talking to individuals, as we had a break too, that we all, I think, agree that this has been a nice afternoon. It's really been kind of a celebration of the good work that our schools are doing, that they have come to us to say, hey, we know we have to go through this compliance step, but we're ready to expand. We're ready for another satellite because of the success that we're having in our schools, and families are loving the opportunities to participate in those schools. Children are succeeding, and so what a great opportunity for us to be able to celebrate the work that they're doing. And thanks to each of them for going through the process with us. This is a new configuration of process, so thank you for doing that. So shall we start? Let's start and just do each one individually. I'd like to do that if we may. And we have 5 schools to consider. So if you will, with me, let's go back to Lincoln Academy and start there. Any questions, discussion about Lincoln Academy? I'm not seeing any, but may I have a motion then, potentially?
Yes, Chair, and thanks, by the way, for going through these one by one. I think each of these schools deserves its own motion.
I agree.
And discussion potentially. So I move that we approve the satellite application of Lincoln Academy.
All right. Motion. And Member Cisneros or Member Smith, if you're online, don't hesitate just to speak up, because I can't see you if you want to. So there's a motion to approve the satellite request of Lincoln Academy. Do we have a second to that motion?
Second.
And a second from Member Spiker, initial motion from Member Olson. Any additional discussion about that motion? Not seeing any, I will call for a vote, and I'm going to do a roll call vote again, if we may. So Member Cisneros?
Yes.
And Member Smith, I don't know if you've rejoined us. All right, I'll move to Member Bassett.
Yes.
Member Spiker.
Yes.
Member Phillips.
Yes.
Member Olson.
Yes.
I don't need to give a vote, but I would like to, so I say yes as well. So that satellite application is approved. So good luck, Lincoln Academy. We're proud of you, and look forward to seeing that new satellite. Let's go to Syracuse. Syracuse. I learned, yeah, that's good. We should applaud. So I used to say Syracuse, but people in that area say to me, Syracuse, something close to that, right? Syracuse, not Syracuse. So Syracuse Arts Academy, this is their second satellite. So second satellite to the original school. May I have a motion relative to that satellite request?
Yes, Chair, I move that we approve the Syracuse Arts
That's it.
Academy
You're in.
satellite application.
All right, a motion from Member Olson. Do we have a second to that motion to approve?
I will second that motion.
And a second from Member Bassett. Any additional discussion relative to that satellite request? All right, I'll go to a roll call vote. So voting on the motion to approve the Syracuse Arts Academy satellite. Member Cisneros.
Yes.
Member Bassett.
Yes.
Member Spiker.
Yes.
Member Olson.
Yes.
Vice Chair Phillips.
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well. It's been exciting to watch their growth over time from an idea to a thriving school. I've loved that. All right. Now, yes, well, good. Thank you. Ms. Stephenson, making sure we do that important part, because this is a success story. These are really celebrations. We're so excited for the good work of each of these schools. So now we're moving to a large expansion request for Gateway Academy. Unless there are other questions, I'll be happy to entertain a motion.
I'm on a roll, Chair, if I may.
All right, thank you.
And I do have a quick comment, but I'll wait until the motion is
All right.
made. I move for the approval of the large expansion application of Gateway Academy.
All right, a motion to approve the large expansion of Gateway Academy. Do I have a second to that motion? Second from Member Spiker. Thank you so much. Now I'll ask if there's discussion on that motion. Member Olson, do you want to add?
Yeah, my only comment and my only hesitation is stating the obvious. It's the 2,000 student expansion that alarmed me in the beginning. I feel like the comments that were made from the school were helpful in explaining that there's not new infrastructure that's going to need to be built in order to accommodate those additional students. So I'm comfortable supporting that application, but it is kind of an eye-popping number considering the current size of 675.
Yeah, and what we know about requests for schools in that area, but thank you for that caution, Member Olson. I think that should be noted. Our staff can, and working with Gateway, have that discussion about still being cautious, and even though that number is authorized, to be cautious in that growth and as they move forward. Any additional discussion about Gateway Academy? Vice Chair Phillips, yes.
And just to kind of build on Member Olson's comment, what that means is that if the schools should still be wonderfully successful and acquire another 1,000 students, the fact that they have not had to build means that many of their kind of fixed immovable costs do not increase commensurate with a building, and therefore a requirement of 2,000. So I feel comfortable too if they have a successful 1,000 capture of students who want to come in and they don't meet that cap. It's not a tragedy in the way that they're managing it, and so it leaves the door open, but it also means they can continue to be successful to serve the students they're serving, another 500, 1,000, whatever.
Yeah.
So it's not the risk for that number is authorizing for that number is particularly low in some ways. So
Wise. Thank you. So just so that, again, that part of that caution to help them to know to don't count their chickens until they're hatched, right? Just do it a little step at a time. Don't we love old sayings?
Just made me think of the chickens in my backyard right now.
Oh, I know. Old sayings. I have a student with Spanish as a first language, and I kept saying, holy mackerel, all through the class time. Michelle may remember this, but he said to me finally, what is a mackerel? What does that mean, mackerel? I had to explain. It's a fish, but this is what that means. Anyway, so just to be cautious, Gateway, if we are to approve that expansion, be cautious as they grow, just to be wise in that growth. So additional discussion relative to Gateway. All right, we're ready for a vote. So voting on the motion to approve Gateway Academy's large expansion of 2,000 potential. And I go first to a vote to Member Cisneros.
Yes.
Member Bassett.
Yes.
Member Spiker.
Yes.
Member Olson.
Yes.
Vice Chair Phillips.
yes.
All right, congratulations, Gateway. Now, Ms. Stephenson, there we go. Okay, wonderful. And our next school to consider is Lakeview Academy, a large expansion for Lakeview Academy. Any discussion? Not seeing any. I'd be happy to entertain a motion. Vice Chair Phillips.
I'd like to move that Lakeview receive the requested large expansion.
All right, so motion to approve the large expansion for Lakeview Academy. A second to that motion?
I'll second that.
And a second from Member Bassett. So original motion from Vice Chair Phillips and a second from Member Bassett. Any further discussion on that motion? Not seeing any, we will go to our vote. So Member Cisneros, I'll go to you first relative to approval of that large expansion for Lakeview Academy. How do you vote?
Yes.
And Member Bassett,
Yes.
Member Spiker, Member Olson,
Yes.
and Vice Chair Phillips.
Yes.
Yes, oh, and I didn't vote, each of those times, it's been unanimous in each case. So congratulations to Lakeview Academy for their work and the ability to expand and do continued good work for more in the future. And our last request is really a satellite kind of replacement, large expansion. So it's an expansion really for Valley Academy, right? So any discussion relative to Valley Academy? And I'd be happy to entertain a motion. Member Bassett.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the Valley Academy satellite application out as it was presented today.
All right, so a motion to approve the application for Valley Academy from Member Bassett. Do I have a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Olson seconds the motion to approve the Valley Academy application. Any discussion? Not seeing any, we'll go to a vote. So we are voting on the motion to approve the application for the expansion of Valley Academy Charter School. It's a satellite on our agenda. It is, we know
Yes.
that expansion. They increased for Valley Academy, although, oh no, I'm not saying that. I'm going to do a roll call vote. So Member Cisneros, I come to you first.
Yes.
Yes, and Member Bassett.
Yes.
Member Spiker.
Yes.
Member Olson.
Yes.
Vice Chair Phillips.
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. So we've had unanimous approval of each of those large expansions and satellites today. And congratulations to all of you. Congratulations to all of you. And thank you for the great work that brings you to this point today. Because if you weren't, people vote with their feet, as you well know. And if the educational opportunities for families and seeing success for their children, parents quickly vote by going to another place. And so this speaks well of all of you and of charters in this state. And we're particularly celebrating these 5 schools: Lincoln Academy, Syracuse Arts Academy, Gateway Academy, Lakeview Academy, and Valley Academy today, to say thank you for the great work you're doing, and we wish you the best as you continue into the future. With that, I'm looking for one more motion. Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
A motion to adjourn, and I believe I can just call that one, right? We are adjourned until February 8th, which is our next meeting, just 3 weeks away, everyone. We'll see you all then.
I'll circle. I was talking.
Oh, okay. February 8th.
Crystal.
Thank you all
Yeah.
for a great day.
Thank you. Thank you.
Woo-hoo-hoo. You're getting to wrestling in time, Crystal.
I know. I love it.